Let us begin quietly, before the shouting crowds and clashing swords, before the banners of legions snapped in the wind, before Rome burned incense to its gods and blood to its politics. Imagine Rome at dusk, marble cooling after the sun, footsteps echoing through the forum. This was a republic that believed it could last forever, governed not by kings, but by tradition, law, and the careful balance of power. And into this delicate system stepped one man, calm, brilliant, and endlessly patient. His name was Julius Caesar. Caesar was born in 100 BC into an old aristocratic family that had lost much of its power. Rome at this time was restless. The republic still stood, but it was cracked. Elections were violent, senators were corrupt, and generals were learning that loyalty could be bought with gold and land. From the beginning, Caesar understood something essential. Rome was ruled not by ideals, but by perception. Whoever controlled the story controlled the state. As a young man, Caesar survived Rome's brutal politics through charm and nerve. When the dictator Sulla ordered him to divorce his wife, Caesar refused. He was stripped of his rank and fled the city. Many expected him to die quietly. Instead, he waited. When Sulla died, Caesar returned, not as a rebel, but as a politician, patient, smiling, remembering everything. Caesar's rise followed a simple rhythm: debt, ambition, and spectacle. He borrowed enormous sums to fund public games and feasts, buying the love of the people. He spoke plainly, dressed carefully, and never forgot a favor or an insult. While other senators debated tradition, Caesar built relationships. Rome noticed. His first true leap came with the first triumvirate, an informal alliance between Caesar, Pompey the Great, and Crassus, the richest man in Rome. It was not a legal body. It did not need to be. Together, they bent the republic without breaking it. Yet, Caesar was given command of Gaul, what is now modern France. It was supposed to be temporary. It became legendary. For nearly a decade, Caesar fought in Gaul. He crushed tribes, crossed rivers, thought impassable, and wrote about his victories in elegant, modest prose. Millions read his accounts. Rome began to see him not as a politician, but as destiny. His soldiers adored him. He paid them well, marched with them, and remembered their names. The Republic had armies. Caesar had legions. Back in Rome, fear grew quietly. Pompey drifted away from Caesar and toward the Senate. When Crassus died, the balance shattered. Senators demanded Caesar lay down his command before returning to Rome. It was a polite request backed by threat. Without his army, Caesar would be prosecuted, ruined, erased. In 49 BCE, Caesar reached a shallow river, marking the boundary of his authority, the Rubicon. Roman law was clear: no general may cross it with an army. Caesar paused. Then he stepped forward. "The die is cast," he is said to have murmured. In that moment, the Republic did not fall, but it began to sleepwalk toward its end. Civil war followed, swift and surprisingly restrained. Caesar defeated Pompey, not through brutality, but speed and mercy. Again and again he spared his enemies. Senators who fought against him were forgiven, even restored to office. This mercy was not kindness. It was control. Every spared enemy became a reminder of Caesar's power. When Caesar returned to Rome, he did not crown himself king. That would have been too obvious. Instead, he accepted titles: dictator, consul, pontifex maximus. One by one, carefully, legally. The Republic still existed on paper, but its decisions flowed from one man. Elections were held. The outcomes were known in advance. Rome grew quiet under Caesar. Debts were restructured. colonies were founded. The calendar itself was rewritten, aligning time to his reforms. Stability returned, and with it, dread. Senators whispered in porticos. They did not fear tyranny. They feared permanence. On the Ides of March, 44 BCE, Caesar walked into the Senate. He wore no armor. He expected applause, not blades. The conspirators struck together, men who believed they were saving Rome. Brutus, Cassius, and others raised their knives in the name of liberty. Caesar fell at the foot of Pompey's statue, bleeding onto the marble floor. They thought the Republic would breathe again. Instead, Rome screamed. Caesar's death did not restore the old order. It exposed how hollow it had become. The people mourned him. His soldiers raged. His name became a banner. Within years, Rome would have an emperor, not called king, not called dictator, but something new. Noted: Julius Caesar did not destroy the Republic with cruelty or madness. He did it with restraint, intelligence, and an understanding of human nature. He proved that laws mean little when the people place their faith in a single figure. Rome did not fall asleep under Caesar. It chose rest, and in that rest, it surrendered its freedom. Now, let the marble fade. Let the torches dim. The Republic is quiet at last. History, like Rome, never truly sleeps. But tonight, you can close your eyes now, deeply. Let the heavy curtains of the present fall away. Imagine the air is warm, thick with the scent of pine, rosemary, and the dusty heat of an Italian summer. You are drifting back, floating on the current of time to the year 100 BCE. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. We find ourselves hovering over the city of Rome, but it is not the white marble fantasy of the movies. Not yet. This Rome is a patchwork of terracotta reds, dusty browns, and the grey of tufa stone. It is a city of narrow, winding streets that snake between the 7 hills, alive with the sound of a world waking up. Listen closely. You might hear the creak of wooden carts leaving the city gates. By law, heavy transport is banned during the daylight hours to prevent gridlock, meaning Rome was a city that conquered the world but had not yet conquered the concept of a quiet night's sleep. The year is 100 BCE, or as the Romans would have known it, the year of the consulship of Marius and Flaccus. The Republic is old, stretching back centuries, a massive oak tree whose roots have cracked the pavement. It feels permanent, unshakable. To the people walking below us in their woolen tunics, the idea that this system could ever end is absurd. It is the air they breathe, yet the air is heavy. There's a tension in the heat, a sense that the summer storms are gathering not just in the sky, but in the Senate House. It is here, in the month of Quintilis, what we now call July, that a child is born. Historians still argue whether he arrived on the 12th or the 13th, a minor debate that has lasted 2,000 years. But let us imagine it is the 13th. The infant screams his first breath in a house that is respectable, but far from a palace. This is the home of the Julii. They are an ancient clan, patricians, who claim to trace their bloodline back to the goddess Venus herself. It is a lovely story, the kind of myth that looks good on a family tree. But unfortunately, you cannot pay the grocer with divine ancestry. The truth is, by 100 BCE, the Julii are dusty aristocrats. They have the name, but not the gold. They live not on the breezy, fashionable heights of the Palatine Hill where the billionaires live, but down in the Subura, a bustling, noisy, dangerous, and vibrant neighborhood where the rich rub shoulders with the poor, where the smell of garlic and frying fish is never far away. This is the world that greets the baby Gaius Julius Caesar. Not a throne, but a noisy street. Not a crown, but a cradle in a room that probably needed a fresh coat of paint. He is born into a republic that is tearing itself apart. Two great men, Marius and Sulla, are circling each other like wolves, and their rivalry will shape the boy's life before he can even speak. But for now, he is just a child in the sweltering Roman summer, wrapped in linen, sleeping while the city outside hums with the energy of an empire that does not yet know it is about to change forever. Sleep now, little Gaius. The history books can wait until morning. Walk with him now, a small boy with dark, inquisitive eyes, stepping out from the heavy wooden door of his family home and into the chaotic embrace of the Subura. To understand the man who would one day command legions, we must understand the playground that scrapped his knees. The Subura was the beating heart of Rome's working class, a valley nestled between the hills where the sun seemed to struggle to reach the pavement. While the ultra-rich looked down from their breezy villas on the Palatine Hill, enjoying their manicured gardens and silence, the Julii lived down in the thick of it. Imagine a neighborhood that never sleeps, a labyrinth of narrow, twisting alleys where butchers, bakers, and prostitutes plied their trades side by side. It was loud, it was dangerous, and it smelled. A pungent cocktail of frying olive oil, unwashed wool, spicy garum fish sauce, and the sweat of 1,000 donkeys hauling goods. For a young aristocrat, living here was a strange paradox. He wore the tunic of a nobleman with the purple stripe that marked his high birth. Yet he played in the shadows of rickety apartment blocks called insulae, towering structures of wood and mud brick that swayed in the wind and frequently collapsed or caught fire. This was Caesar's first classroom. Historians have long debated just how poor the Julii really were. While they were certainly not destitute, living in the Subura suggests they were house-rich and cash-poor, clutching their ancient lineage like a faded tapestry, while the new money of Rome bought up the hills. But this lack of isolation was a gift in disguise. Unlike his peers on the Palatine, who viewed the common people as a terrifying, faceless mob, young Caesar grew up swimming in the sea of the plebs. He learned their slang, their jokes, and their rhythms. He learned that the butcher down the street had a vote just as weighty as the bankers, provided you knew how to ask for it. Inside the house, the atmosphere was vastly different, a sanctuary of strict Roman discipline. The center of his world was the atrium, the main hall where the lararium, the household shrine, glowed with the light of small oil lamps. Here, the wax masks of his ancestors, the imagines, hung on the walls. These were not mere decorations. They were the faces of dead consuls and generals, staring down at the boy with hollow eyes, a silent, heavy reminder of what was expected of him. "We are the Julii," the masks seemed to whisper in the flickering light. "And we have done great things. What will you do?" It is a lot of pressure to put on a child who just wants to play with his knuckle bones, but Romans were not known for their relaxed parenting style. His education was rigorous, overseen by his mother, Aurelia. We should pause to admire Aurelia. In a world dominated by men, she was a force of nature, intelligent, severe, and fiercely protective. Tacitus, the great historian, would later compare her to the mothers of the legendary heroes of old. She ensured her son was trained not just in reading and writing, but in the art of rhetoric, the weapon of the Senate. Under the tutelage of a hired tutor, likely a Greek freedman, young Gaius would have spent hours memorizing the works of Homer and the 12 tables of Roman law. Picture a bright, sunny afternoon, the sounds of the street muffled by the walls, as a young boy recites lines of the Iliad in Greek, his voice cracking, while his tutor corrects his posture. The Romans believed that how you stood was just as important as what you said. A slouching orator was a man of loose morals, obviously. So Caesar learned to stand straight. He learned to control his face, to hide his emotions behind a mask of pleasant detachment. It was a skill that would one day frustrate his enemies to no end. But the greatest lesson did not come from books. It came from his family connections. By a twist of fate, Caesar's aunt Julia had married Gaius Marius, a man who was everything the old aristocracy hated. Marius was a new man, a commoner who had risen to become the greatest general of his age, saving Rome from barbarian invasions and holding the consulship an unprecedented 7 times. To the Senate, Marius was a dangerous populist. To young Caesar, he was Uncle Marius, the colossus who came to dinner. Imagine the boy sitting quietly at the edge of a banquet, watching this scarred, gruff old soldier dominate the room, seeing how the most powerful men in Rome hung on his every word. It taught Caesar a dangerous lesson. That power did not always reside in the Senate house. Sometimes it resided in the man who could command the loyalty of the swords. But childhood in ancient Rome was rarely a long affair. It ended abruptly. When Caesar was 16, his father, the elder Gaius, died suddenly one morning while putting on his shoes. Just like that, the safety net was gone. In the blink of an eye, the teenager became the paterfamilias, the head of the household. The weight of the family's debts, the dowry of his sister, the maintenance of the crumbling house, it all fell onto his slender shoulders. He put on the toga virilis, the plain white toga of manhood, and stepped out into a Rome that was becoming increasingly terrifying. The conflict between his uncle Marius and the rival general Sulla was boiling over into civil war. The streets of the Subura, once his playground, were becoming battlegrounds. Gangs roamed the alleys. Political arguments were being settled with daggers. The Republic was running a high fever, and the young head of the Julii family was standing right in the draft. He was intelligent, he was well-connected, and he was dangerously exposed. He needed to secure his position, and fast. So he made a bold move. He married. Not for love, though perhaps that came later, but for survival. He married Cornelia, the daughter of Cinna, who was Marius's powerful ally. It was a distinctive political statement, planting his flag firmly in the camp of the populists, the populares. It was a brave choice, or perhaps a foolish one. Because the wheel of fortune spins quickly in Rome, Marius died, Cinna was killed. And from the east, the rival general Sulla was marching back to Rome with a veteran army and a list of names he wanted dead. The sky over the Subura was turning dark, and the carefree days of playing amongst the market stalls were over. The boy was gone. The target remained. As the sun sets on his childhood, we leave Caesar standing in the doorway of his father's house, looking out at a city holding its breath, unaware that the ground beneath his sandals is about to shake. The shaking began not with the earth, but with the scratching of a pen. Lucius Cornelius Sulla was back, and he had brought with him a new invention, the prescription list. Imagine walking into the forum on a crisp morning, the air cold enough to see your breath, and finding a whiteboard nailed to a post. On it are names written in red ink. If your name is there, you are no longer a citizen. You are a ghost. Anyone can kill you. In fact, they will be paid to kill you. Your property is seized, your children are disinherited, and your life is forfeit. This was the Rome Caesar stepped into as a young man of 18, a city holding its breath, where neighbors avoided eye contact, and the silence of the dinner table was heavier than the food. Sulla was now the dictator, a title that had once meant a temporary savior, but now felt like a permanent iron boot. He was a terrifying figure, his face scarred and blotchy, a mulberry sprinkled with meal, as the wits whispered, though never loudly enough to be heard. Sulla was cleaning house, purging Rome of anyone connected to his old enemies, Marius and Cinna. And there, standing conspicuously in the center of the target, was Gaius Julius Caesar. He was the nephew of Marius and the son-in-law of Cinna. By all logic, he should have been at the top of the list, but Sulla, perhaps feeling a strange flicker of mercy or merely distracted by the sheer volume of execution paperwork, decided to offer the boy a way out. He summoned Caesar. Picture the scene. The young, elegant aristocrat standing before the old, rotting lion. The room smells of incense and old leather. Sulla makes a simple demand. "Divorce your wife," he says. It was not a request. It was an instruction. Sulla had ordered other men to put aside their wives for political convenience, and they had obeyed, trembling. Pompey, the rising star general, had divorced his wife at Sulla's command without a second thought. But Caesar stood there, adjusting the fold of his toga, and said no. It was a moment of insanity. To refuse Sulla was suicide. Historians still debate why he did it. Was it a grand romantic gesture, a testament to his undying love for Cornelia? Perhaps. But Caesar was also a creature of immense pride. To obey Sulla was to become Sulla's creature. To admit that his personal life belonged to the state. To refuse was to claim ownership of his own soul. He turned on his heel and walked out. Sulla, likely too stunned to speak, let him go. But the reprieve lasted only until the shock wore off. The order went out. Strip him of everything. Caesar lost his dowry. He lost his inheritance. Most importantly, he was stripped of the priesthood he had been nominated for, the Flamen-Dialis. This was a high religious office, but it came with bizarre, archaic restrictions. The high priest of Jupiter could not touch iron, could not look at a corpse, could not ride a horse, and could not sleep outside his own bed for more than 3 nights. Had Caesar kept this job, he would have been a holy statue, trapped in Rome forever, unable to lead an army or govern a province. By firing him, Sulla accidentally broke the chains that would have held Caesar down. It is one of history's great ironies. By trying to ruin him, the dictator created the conditions for his rise. But in that moment, it didn't feel like a favor. It felt like a death sentence. Caesar fled the city under the cover of darkness, knowing that the assassins would be close behind. He went into the Sabine Hills, a rugged, wild country of limestone ridges and dense forests northeast of Rome. It was not a glamorous exile. He moved every night, never sleeping in the same bed twice, listening to the wind in the trees and wondering if the snapping twig was a deer or a killer. To make matters worse, he contracted malaria. Imagine him shivering in a shepherd's hut, teeth chattering, sweat soaking his tunic. The fever dreams blend in with the reality of his terror. He was the heir of Venus, shaking in the mud. One night, the luck ran out. A patrol of Sulla's soldiers, led by a centurion named Cornelius Fagita, stumbled upon his hiding place. This is a moment where history hangs by a thread. The soldiers had him. They could have dragged him back to Rome for the reward, and Caesar would be nothing more than a footnote, a stubborn boy who died young. But Caesar, even feverish and exhausted, was still Caesar. He looked at the centurion and made him an offer. He didn't beg for his life. He negotiated for it. He offered Fagita a bribe of 2 talents, about 12,000 denarii, a staggering sum for a soldier, roughly equivalent to a lifetime of wages. We don't know where he got the money, perhaps borrowed, perhaps hidden family reserves. But the silver spoke louder than the warrant. Fagita took the money and looked the other way. The patrol moved on. Caesar breathed. It is a strange thought to lull you to sleep. The Roman Empire was saved by a corrupt soldier taking a bribe in the woods. Back in Rome, the pressure on Sulla was mounting. It wasn't just Caesar's survival instincts at work. He had powerful friends. His mother, Aurelia, was working the back channels, pulling every string in the book. She mobilized her family, her friends, and most impressively, the Vestal Virgins. The Vestals were the holy priestesses of Rome, the keepers of the sacred flame, and they were the only women in Rome who could legally intervene in political matters. Imagine a procession of these women, dressed in pure white, marching up to Sulla's house to demand clemency for the reckless boy. Sulla found it annoying. He liked to kill people, but he hated to be nagged, especially by holy women. Finally, he threw up his hands. Fine, he is said to have grumbled. Let him live. But know this, the man you are so eager to save will one day destroy the aristocracy you and I have defended. For in this Caesar, there are many Mariuses. It was a chilling prophecy, or perhaps just the cynical insight of a man who recognized a fellow predator. Caesar was allowed to return, but he was smart enough not to stay. Sulla's mood was as changeable as the weather, and a pardon today could be an execution tomorrow. He needed to get away, far away, to a place where Sulla's shadow was shorter. He needed to leave the toxic air of Rome and find the open sea. So the young man packed his bags. He was no longer the soft boy from the Subura. The fever, the fear, and the flight had hardened him. He had looked death in the face and bought it a drink. He realized that in Rome, safety was an illusion. The only safety was power. And to get power, he needed to prove himself where all Romans proved themselves, in the army. He turned his eyes east toward the glitter of the Aegean Sea and the province of Asia. He was leaving as a fugitive, a stripped priest with a bad reputation. He would return very differently. But for now, let us leave him on the deck of a ship, watching the Italian coast fade into the mist, the salt spray on his face, the rhythm of the oars lulling him into a sleep he hadn't enjoyed in months. The nightmare of the proscriptions was behind him. The world was opening up. The sea was vast, blue, and indifferent to the names on Sulla's list. The East was a different world. If Rome was a city of brick and brooding ambition, the province of Asia was a dream of turquoise water white temples, and sunlight so bright it seemed to bleach the very stones. Here, the air smelled of salt, roasting lamb, and ancient dust. Caesar arrived not as a tourist, but as a junior officer on the staff of Marcus Minucius Thermus, the governor of Asia. It was a soft landing for an exile, but Caesar was not interested in a vacation. He was interested in a reputation. He found it on the island of Lesbos, at the siege of Mytilene. The city had rebelled against Roman rule, and the legions were dug in, surrounding the walls, starving the defenders into submission. Siege warfare is usually a slow, boring business. Weeks of waiting, digging latrines, and staring at stone walls. But when the assault finally came, it was a sudden, chaotic eruption of noise and violence. In the heat of the battle, amidst the crashing of shields and the screaming of men, a Roman soldier fell, separated from his unit, surrounded by the enemy. It was a death sentence. In the Roman army, you held the line or you died. But Caesar, the dandy from the Subura, the boy who worried about the drape of his toga, did not hold the line. He stepped out of it. He charged forward, shield raised, sword flashing in the Aegean sun. He fought off the attackers, grabbed the wounded soldier, and dragged him back to safety. It was a moment of pure, unthinking physical courage, and Rome rewarded courage. For saving the life of a fellow citizen in battle, Caesar was awarded the Corona Civica, the civic crown. It was a simple wreath made of oak leaves, liable to wither in a week. But in the hierarchy of Roman status, it was worth more than gold. By law, when a man wearing the civic crown entered the Senate, everyone, even the consuls, had to stand up. One can imagine the young Caesar, wearing his drying leaves, a small, satisfied smile playing on his lips, thinking of how much Sulla would hate standing up for him. But the East held more than just glory. It held scandal. Caesar was sent on a diplomatic mission to the court of King Nicomedes of Bithynia to secure a fleet of ships. He stayed a long time. Too long, some whispered. Rumors drifted back to Rome that the young Roman had become the king's favorite in a way that was not entirely professional. The Queen of Bithynia, his enemies would later call him, a slur that would follow him for decades, shouted by soldiers in triumphs and whispered by senators in the bathhouse. Caesar always denied it, sometimes with a laugh, sometimes with a flash of anger. But he learned a valuable lesson. In politics, the truth matters less than the gossip. After Sulla's death, Caesar felt safe enough to travel without looking over his shoulder. He decided to head to Rhodes to study rhetoric under the famous teacher Apollonius Molon, the same man who had taught Cicero. He wanted to sharpen his voice, to turn his speech into a weapon. But the Mediterranean was a wild place. The sea was not controlled by the Roman navy, but by Cilician pirates. These were not the romantic rogues of fiction. They were the masters of the sea, commanding grand fleets, sacking temples, and holding wealthy travelers for ransom. Near the island of Pharmacusa, they spotted a merchant vessel carrying a certain young aristocrat. They boarded the ship, swords drawn, expecting fear. What they got was Gaius Julius Caesar. The kidnapping of Caesar is one of those stories that sounds like a myth, yet historians largely accept the details because they fit the man's character so perfectly. The pirates demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver, a fortune enough to pay a small army for a year. Caesar was insulted. 20? He reportedly scoffed. You obviously don't know who you have captured. Ask for 50. The pirates, bewildered but happy to accept more money, agreed. They sent Caesar's entourage away to raise the funds, leaving him on the island with a physician and 2 servants. For 38 days, Caesar lived with the pirates. Most men would have been terrified, cowering in a hut, praying for rescue. Caesar treated the pirate island like a mediocre hotel where the service was lacking. He joined in their games and exercises, often beating them. When he wanted to sleep, he sent a servant to tell them to stop singing and keep the noise down. He wrote poems and speeches in his spare time and forced the pirates to sit and listen to his recitals. When they didn't clap enthusiastically enough, or worse, didn't understand his literary references, he called them illiterate savages and insulted their taste. The pirates laughed. They thought he was hilarious, this peculiar, arrogant Roman boy with a high-pitched voice and the loose belt. They grew fond of him. He was a mascot, a source of entertainment. They would joke with him, and he would joke back. "When I am free," he would say with a pleasant smile, looking them in the eye, "I will return with a fleet, capture you all, and have you crucified." The pirates would roar with laughter, slapping their knees. What a joker! What a sense of humor! The ransom eventually arrived. 50 talents of silver were dumped on the shore. The pirates, true to their word, let him go. Caesar boarded a ship, waved goodbye to his captors, and sailed to the nearby port of Miletus. The pirates went back to counting their money, likely missing their funny Roman guest. But Caesar did not go to Rhodes. He went straight to the docks in Miletus. He didn't have any official command. He was a private citizen, a student. But he had the oak wreath, and he had auctoritas. He bullied and charmed the local officials into giving him a small fleet of ships and a band of soldiers. Before the sun had set on his freedom, he was sailing back to Pharmacusa. He found the pirates still there, anchored in the bay, drunk on victory and cheap wine. They were not expecting the mascot to return with marines. Caesar took them by surprise. He captured nearly the entire band and recovered his 50 talents, along with all their other loot. He hauled them off to the prison at Pergamon. The local governor, a man who liked bureaucracy and disliked making decisions, dithered about what to do with them, eyeing the pirates' treasure for himself. Caesar didn't wait. He went to the prison and ordered the pirates to be brought out. He had promised them he would crucify them, and Caesar never broke his word. But here, we see a glimpse of that strange, cold mercy that would define his civil war. Crucifixion is a slow, agonizing death, lasting days. Caesar, remembering the weeks they had shared dinner and jokes, decided to be kind. He ordered their throats cut first, so they would not suffer on the crosses. It was brutal, efficient, and chillingly distinct. He did exactly what he said he would do. As the crosses were raised against the orange sky of the Aegean evening, the laughter of the pirates was finally silenced. The student of rhetoric had just delivered his first and most important lesson. Underneath the charm, the poetry, and the smile, there was steel. He was not a man to be underestimated. And he was just getting started. The wind shifts now, carrying us away from the sparkling blue of the Aegean and back toward the west, across the Italian peninsula and over the snowy peaks of the Pyrenees, until we land on the dusty, golden plains of Hispania. It is 69 BCE. Caesar is 30 years old, or perhaps 31, depending on which calendar you trust. The pirate killer is gone, replaced by a bureaucrat. He has been elected questor, the first major rung on the cursus honorum, the ladder of honors that every ambitious Roman must climb. It is a respectable job, essentially a financial administrator. But for a man who dreams of being a second Achilles, it is dangerously dull. Imagine the man who defied Sulla, now spending his days counting sacks of grain, auditing the tax records of olive oil merchants, and settling disputes over property lines in provincial towns. It is necessary work, the grinding gears that keep the empire moving, but it is not the stuff of epics. The province is Hispania Ulteria, further Spain, a rugged land of red earth, heat, and stubborn tribes. But it is also the edge of the world. In the ancient city of Gades, modern-day Cadiz, the land simply ends. Beyond the harbor lies the Atlantic Ocean, a vast, grey, terrifying expanse that the Romans believed encircled the earth. It is a place for thinking, for staring at the horizon and measuring one's smallness against the infinite. It is here, in this quiet corner of the empire, that Caesar faces a crisis, not of swords, but of the soul. One afternoon, seeking a break from the endless columns of figures, Caesar visits the Temple of Hercules. Gades was an ancient city, founded by the Phoenicians centuries before Rome was even a village, and the temple was thick with the atmosphere of old gods and older secrets. Inside, amidst the smoke of incense and the shadows of stone pillars, stands a statue. It is Alexander the Great, the Macedonian king who had conquered the known world, from the mountains of Greece to the rivers of India, all before he died at the age of 32. Caesar stops. He looks at the bronze face of the conqueror. He looks at his own hands, soft from holding a stylus, not a spear. A wave of emotion hits him, so powerful that his companions step back in alarm. He groans. Some accounts say he wept openly, tears tracking through the dust on his cheeks. Others say he merely stared in a dark, brooding silence. But the thought that broke him was the same. At my age, Alexander had conquered the world, and I have done nothing memorable. It is a feeling that echoes across the centuries, the universal human panic of the milestone birthday, the realization that time is slipping through our fingers like water. To the average Roman, Caesar was doing fine. He was a senator, a magistrate, a husband. But Caesar did not measure himself against the average. He measured himself against the immortals. He was in his 30s, the prime of life, yet he was known mostly for his debts, his fashion sense. He wore his tunic with a loose, effeminate belt that drove the conservatives crazy, and his scandalous past in Bithynia. He was a dandy, a lightweight. Standing before Alexander, the weight of his own obscurity crushed him. He realized that waiting for power was a game for lesser men. He could not simply climb the ladder. He had to sprint up it. He requested an immediate discharge from his post. He could not waste another day in Spain. He needed to be in Rome. On his way back, crossing the Alps, he passed a tiny, impoverished village of mud huts and goat herds. His companions, tired and cynical, laughed at the place. "I wonder," one of them joked, "if even here there are corrupt elections and violent struggles for power." Caesar did not laugh. He looked at the miserable little hamlet with deadly seriousness and said, "I would rather be the first man here than the second man in Rome." It was a soft joke, perhaps, but it carried the cold edge of truth. He returned to the city with a new energy, a hunger that radiated from him like heat. But ambition requires fuel, and in Rome, fuel meant money. Caesar had none. In fact, he had less than none. He was hemorrhaging gold. To win elections, you needed to bribe tribes, host gladiatorial games, and throw public banquets. Caesar did all of this on credit. He borrowed from everyone: bankers, friends, enemies. He owed 300 talents before he even held a major office. Historians still debate whether this was reckless gambling or a calculated strategy. If he won big, he could pay it all back with the plunder from a future war. If he lost, well, he would be dead or exiled anyway, so the debt wouldn't matter. He was betting his life on his own future success. During this time, tragedy struck again. His wife Cornelia died. Shortly after, his aunt Julia, the widow of Marius, also passed away. In Rome, funerals were usually solemn, private affairs for women. Caesar turned them into political theater. For his aunt Julia, he dared to display the imagines, the wax masks, of Marius in the funeral procession. This was illegal. Marius was an enemy of the state, his memory erased by Sulla. But Caesar marched the masks through the forum anyway. The crowd, seeing the face of their old hero Marius, did not riot. They cheered. They wept. They loved Caesar for his loyalty, for his refusal to forget. He gave a eulogy for his wife Cornelia that was so tender, so heartbreakingly human, that even his enemies had to admit the man had a heart. It was a masterstroke. He showed Rome that he was a man of deep family values, while simultaneously signaling to the radical left that the heir of Marius was back in business. He married again, this time to Pompeia, a wealthy granddaughter of Sulla. It was a confusing move, marrying the granddaughter of the man who wanted to kill you. But it balanced the scales. He was now connected to both the revolutionaries and the establishment. He was everywhere. He became aedile, the magistrate in charge of public buildings and festivals. It was the perfect job for a man who wanted to be popular. He flooded Rome with silver. He decorated the forum, organized wild beast hunts, and staged gladiatorial contests with 320 pairs of fighters dressed in silver armor. The Senate was so terrified by the size of his private army of gladiators that they passed a law limiting the number of fighters one man could own. Caesar just smiled and threw a bigger feast. He was buying the love of the mob, one loaf of bread and one silver-clad gladiator at a time. The common people looked at him and saw a hero. The Senate looked at him and saw a ticking time bomb. But they couldn't stop him. He was too charming, too fast, and too deeply in debt to fail. If Caesar went down, half the bankers in Rome would go bankrupt with him. He had made himself too big to fail before the term even existed. As the sun sets on his 30s, the weeping boy in the temple of Hercules is gone. In his place is a political operator of terrifying skill, walking the razor's edge between ruin and glory, with a smile that never quite reaches his eyes. The year is 60 BCE, and the Roman Republic is stuck in the mud. If you were to walk the forum in those days, you would feel a strange, grinding friction in the air, the sound of an irresistible force meeting an immovable object. The immovable object was the Senate, led by men like Cato the Younger, a Stoic philosopher so rigid he supposedly refused to smile on principle, and who wore his toga without a tunic underneath to mimic the austere heroes of old. To Cato, compromise was a dirty word. Every reform, every request, every attempt to make the machinery of government turn was met with a filibuster or a veto. The Senate had become the Department of No, and standing outside the city gates, waiting for an answer, was Pompey the Great. Pompey was the hero of the age. He had conquered the East, defeated the pirates, a feat Caesar likely viewed with a critical eye, having done it himself on a smaller budget, and doubled the state's tax revenue. He had returned to Rome expecting a parade and a quick rubber stamp on land grants for his loyal veterans. Instead, the Senate stalled him. They humiliated him. For 2 years, the greatest general in the world was forced to beg for acres of dirt for his soldiers, while Cato made speeches about the sanctity of the budget. Pompey was rich, famous, and completely powerless against the bureaucracy. He was a lion, trapped in a room full of paper pushers. Then there was Crassus, Marcus Licinius. Crassus was the richest man in Rome. He owned silver mines, vast estates, and famously, a fire brigade that would only put out your burning house if you agreed to sell it to him first at a discount. Crassus had crushed the slave revolt of Spartacus, but he carried a chip on his shoulder the size of the Capitoline Hill. He hated Pompey. He felt Pompey had stolen his glory in the Servile War, and he resented the way the crowds cheered for the Golden Boy while ignoring the man who paid the bills. Crassus wanted tax rebates for his business syndicates, the equestrian tax farmers. The Senate, led by Cato, told him no. Into this gridlock walked Caesar. He had just returned from Spain, flush with just enough victory to demand a triumph. The glorious parade every Roman dreamed of. But there was a catch. To run for consul, the highest office in the land, he had to be inside the city walls. To celebrate a triumph, he had to stay outside until the parade began. The Senate, sensing a trap, refused to let him do both. They told him to choose the parade or the power. It was a test of vanity. They expected the dandy, the man of silk and pearls, to choose the applause. Caesar didn't hesitate. He dropped the triumph. He let the parade vanish like smoke and walked into the city as a candidate. He wanted the consulship, but he knew he couldn't win against the combined weight of the conservatives alone. He needed leverage. He looked at Pompey, fuming in his villa. He looked at Crassus, sulking over his ledgers. He saw what no one else saw. 2 giants who needed each other, kept apart only by pride. History turns on a dinner party. It is not recorded exactly where it happened. Perhaps in a quiet garden on the outskirts of the city, away from the prying eyes of the forum. Imagine the scene. The flickering light of oil lamps, the smell of roasted boar and strong Falernian wine, and 3 men reclining on couches, who, between them, owned the world. The tension must have been thick enough to cut with a dagger. Pompey and Crassus loathed each other. It would have been like inviting a dog and a cat to share a bowl of milk. But Caesar was the master host. He was the soothing voice, the pourer of wine, the bridge over the chasm. He laid it out for them. United, he lightly said, we are unstoppable. You, Pompey, get your land. You, Crassus, get your tax laws. And I get the consulship. It was a simple transaction. The Senate had the law. These 3 men had the money, the swords, and the mob. The historian Varro would later call it the 3-headed monster, a beast that devoured the freedom of the Republic. But in that room, it didn't feel like a monster. It felt like a business deal. It was the first triumvirate. It was not a legal office. It was a secret handshake, a conspiracy of mutual benefit. Historians still argue whether they intended to destroy the Republic that night. The consensus is usually no. They didn't want to burn the house down. They just wanted to remodel the kitchen without asking for a permit. They believed they could bend the rules just enough to get what they wanted, then let things go back to normal. They were wrong. To seal the deal, Caesar made a personal sacrifice. He offered his only daughter, Julia, in marriage to Pompey. This was standard political practice, using women as currency in the marketplace of power. Julia was young, vibrant, and beautiful. Pompey was nearing 50, a man old enough to be her father. Rome scoffed. The gossips predicted a miserable union, a cold arrangement of convenience. But here, history surprises us with a touch of warmth. Pompey and Julia fell deeply, madly in love. The old general was captivated by her charm and wit. He began to spend days at his villa in the country, neglecting politics just to be with his young wife. It was a genuine romance in a cynical age, a soft thread binding the hard iron of the alliance together. Even Caesar must have been surprised. His political pawn had become a queen of hearts. With the deal struck, the machine began to move. Caesar stood for the consulship of 59 BCE. The conservatives, terrified, pooled their money to bribe voters for their own candidate Bibulus, a man so dull, his only historical purpose seems to be getting in Caesar's way. Even Cato, the man of unshakable virtue, admitted that bribery was acceptable if it was for the good of the Republic. It was a dirty, violent election. But with Crassus's gold and Pompey's veterans filling the streets, the outcome was inevitable. Caesar won. He entered the office of consul with a smile and a list of reforms. He was the junior partner of the triumvirate, the legs of the monster. Pompey and Crassus sat back, expecting Caesar to take the heat while they reaped the rewards. And Caesar was more than willing to take the heat. He was about to unleash a year of legislative chaos that would leave the Senate gasping for air. The delicate system of checks and balances was about to be checked into a wall. The shadows in the garden had shifted. The three men had risen from their couches, wiped the wine from their lips, and stepped out to divide the world. The Republic was still standing. The marble shone white in the sun. But the foundation had shifted. The rule of law had been quietly replaced by the rule of three. The year 59 BCE opened not with a gentle sunrise, but with a storm. Caesar was now consul, the highest executive magistrate in Rome. He had a colleague, of course, Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus, the conservative stopgap backed by Cato and the Optimates. Bibulus was a man of principles, but principles are poor shields against a mob. Roman tradition dictated that the two consuls would alternate power every month, balancing each other like weights on a scale. Caesar had no intention of being balanced. He intended to govern. His first act was deceptively transparent. He ordered that the proceedings of the Senate be written down and posted publicly in the Forum each day. The Acta Diurna, essentially the world's first newspaper. It seemed like a victory for transparency, letting the people know what their leaders were doing. In reality, it was a weapon. By publishing the Senate's debates, Caesar exposed the petty squabbles and obstructionism of his enemies to the mockery of the common man. He was bypassing the Senate and speaking directly to the crowd. Then came the land bill. It was the centerpiece of the triumvirate's deal. Land for Pompey's veterans and the urban poor. It was a moderate bill, carefully written to avoid stepping on too many toes. Caesar brought it to the Senate, asking for their input, playing the role of the reasonable statesman. Cato filibustered. He spoke for hours, rambling about procedure and tradition until the sun began to set simply to run out the clock. Caesar, losing his patience, ordered Cato arrested. It was a shocking breach of protocol. As the lictors dragged Cato away, the entire Senate rose to follow him. "I would rather be in prison with Cato than in the Senate with you," one senator shouted. Caesar, realizing he was creating a martyr, released him. But he had learned his lesson. The Senate would not budge. So he took the bill directly to the People's Assembly. This was the nuclear option. The Roman Constitution was a mix of aristocracy and democracy, and Caesar decided to lean entirely on the democracy. On the day of the vote, the forum was packed. Pompey's veterans were there, not in uniform, but their presence was heavy and menacing. Bibulus, the co-consul, arrived to veto the bill. He was met not with arguments, but with a bucket of manure dumped over his head. The crowd roared. His fasces, the symbols of his authority, were smashed. Wounded and humiliated, Bibulus fled. He retreated to his house and announced he would stay there for the rest of the year, watching the sky for omens. In Roman religion, you couldn't conduct public business if the omens were bad. Bibulus essentially tried to cancel the entire year by claiming he saw bad birds every morning. Caesar ignored the birds. He ignored the veto. He ignored the Senate. With Bibulus hiding in his bedroom, the joke around Rome became that the consuls for the year were not Bibulus and Caesar, but Julius and Caesar. He governed alone, a one-man whirlwind of legislation. He passed the land bill. He ratified Pompey's eastern settlements. He revised the tax contracts for Crassus. He was fulfilling his promises to his partners with ruthless efficiency. But he also needed to secure his own future. A consulship lasts only 1 year, and after that, he would be a private citizen again, vulnerable to prosecution for all the laws he was currently breaking. He needed a province. Not just any province, but a command that would give him immunity, wealth, and military glory. The Senate, in a petty attempt to neuter him, had assigned the outgoing consuls the woods and paths of Italy, essentially making Caesar the chief ranger of the goat tracks. It was an insult. Caesar, using his faithful tribune, Vatinius, bypassed the Senate again and had the people vote him a different command. Cisalpine Gaul, northern Italy, and Illyricum, for a guaranteed term of 5 years. When the governor of Transalpine Gaul, southern France, died unexpectedly, the Senate, terrified that the people would give that to Caesar too, quickly added it to his portfolio. He now had 3 provinces and 4 legions. He had the keys to the north. It was an unprecedented power grab. The conservatives were apoplectic. They swore that the moment Caesar laid down his office, they would prosecute him until he was destitute. "I will have to cry," Caesar is said to have quipped, "if I am forced to seek refuge in my army." It was a joke with teeth. Amidst the legislative violence, there was a strange, quieter subplot. The relationship between Pompey and Caesar's daughter, Julia, blossomed. The public, initially cynical, watched as the great general softened. He was happy. For a moment, the alliance seemed cemented, not just by greed, but by genuine affection. But in the background, the 3-headed monster was growing hungry. The triumvirs were unpopular with the traditionalists, hated by the Senate, and feared by the rich. To maintain their grip, they had to keep feeding the beast, more laws, more bribes, more threats. One incident perfectly captures the mood of the year. A shadowy figure named Vettius was arrested in the Forum, carrying a dagger. He claimed he had been hired by conservative senators to assassinate Pompey. Then, mysteriously, he was found dead in prison the next day. Was it a real plot? Was it a setup by Caesar to scare Pompey back into his arms? Historians still debate the Vettius affair, but the message was clear. Politics in Rome had moved from debate to murder. As the year 59 BC drew to a close, Caesar prepared to leave. He had done the impossible. He had bullied the Senate, satisfied his partners, and secured an army. But he left behind a broken city. The norms of the Republic, the unwritten rules of respect and cooperation, had been shattered. He had shown that a determined man with a mob could ignore the institutions of the state. He wrapped his toga around him, gathered his staff, and headed north toward his new provinces. He was leaving the snake bit of Rome for the unknown wilds of Gaul. He likely thought the hard part was over. He was wrong. The politics of the Forum were vicious, but the forests of the north held a different kind of darkness. There were no filibusters in Gaul, only axes. The consul was gone. The proconsul was about to begin, and the Gauls, a fierce, proud, and fractious people, had no idea that the most dangerous man in history was marching towards their border. The air changes as you cross the Alps. The warm golden light of Italy, smelling of thyme and dried stone, gives way to something heavier, greener, and infinitely more mysterious. Welcome to Gaul. In 58 BCE, this was not merely a different country. It was a different world, a vast, emerald ocean of primeval forest that stretched from the Mediterranean to the grey waters of the Atlantic. To the Roman mind, Gaul was a place of nightmares and legends. It was from these dark woods that the sackers of Rome had emerged centuries earlier. Men who fought naked and screamed like demons. The Romans, for all their discipline, held a deep ancestral fear of the Gallic terror. And it was into this green abyss that Caesar marched his legions. He had exchanged the curule chair of the Senate for the saddle of a warhorse, swapping the verbal daggers of the Forum for the heavy pilum of the legionary. He was 58 years old. No, he was 41. A man entering middle age with everything to prove. He arrived in Geneva with a speed that would become his trademark, covering 90 miles a day in a hired carriage, arriving before the rumors of his coming. He found a crisis waiting for him. The Helvetii were moving. This was not a raiding party. It was a migration of biblical proportions. Imagine a column of humanity stretching for miles, men, women, children, wagons groaning under the weight of household gods, livestock lowing in the dust. The Helvetii, a confederation of tribes from what is now Switzerland, had decided their land was too small, their neighbors too hostile. They burned their own villages, 12 towns and 400 hamlets, to ash behind them. It was a scorched earth policy applied to themselves, ensuring there was no turning back. They intended to march west, across Roman territory, to find a new home on the Atlantic coast. There were, according to the census records found later, nearly 370,000 of them. Historians still argue vigorously about these numbers. Modern demographics suggest it might have been half that, but even half is a tidal wave of humanity. To Caesar, looking across the Rhone River, they were not refugees. They were an opportunity. The Helvetii sent ambassadors to Caesar. They asked politely for permission to cross the Roman province. "We will do no harm," they promised. "We only want passage." Caesar, standing on the riverbank with only one legion at his back, stalled. He told them to come back in a few weeks. It was a lie. As soon as the ambassadors left, Caesar's engineers went to work. In a feat of construction that still baffles military students, his soldiers built a 19-mile fortification of earthworks and trenches in just over 2 weeks. When the Helvetii returned, the open door was shut. Caesar refused them. He had created a conflict where there might have been peace. The Helvetii, desperate and homeless, tried to bypass the Roman wall, moving north through difficult terrain. Caesar could have let them go. They were leaving Roman lands, after all. But a passive general does not win triumphs. He left his position, raced back to Italy to levy more troops, and chased them. The confrontation came near the Aeduan capital of Bibracte. It was a hot summer day. The legions were deployed on a hill, a glittering line of red and iron. Below them, the Helvetii formed up, abandoning their wagons to fight. This was not the clean geometric warfare of diagrams. It was a brawl. Before the battle, Caesar did something that endeared him to his men forever. He ordered his own horse to be taken away. Then he ordered the horses of all his officers to be removed. "I will ride again when we have won," he told them. "Today, I stand with you." He was removing his own escape route. He would win or he would die in the mud with the rank and file. The battle lasted all afternoon. The Romans threw their javelins, the pila, which bent on impact, pinning the Gallic shields together, rendering them useless. The Gauls threw down their shields and fought naked to the waist, hacking with long swords. But the Roman line was a machine. It ground forward, shield boss by shield boss. As the sun set, the fighting retreated to the wagon lager, the circle of carts where the Helvetian women and children waited. The screaming went on late into the night. When silence finally fell, the migration was over. The Helvetii were broken. Caesar's mercy, as always, was calculated. He sent the survivors back to their burned-out homeland, not out of kindness, but because he needed a buffer state between Rome and the Germans. He gave them grain to rebuild the homes they had torched. But the cost was staggering. Of the 368,000 who had set out, Caesar claims only 110,000 returned. The rest were dead or sold into slavery. In the wreckage of the Helvetian camp, Roman soldiers found something haunting. Tablets written in Greek characters, listing the names and numbers of those who had traveled. It was a census of a ghost nation. Caesar read the numbers and realized the scale of what he had done. He had not just defeated an army, he had erased a demographic. Rome was thrilled. The Senate voted a thanksgiving of unprecedented length. But in the dark forests of Gaul, the other tribes were watching. They saw the Roman proconsul not as a savior, but as a new and terrifying apex predator. Caesar did not stop. He couldn't. To stop was to admit that the war was over, and he needed the war to last. He turned his eyes toward a German warlord named Ariovistus, who had been encroaching on Gaulish lands. Ariovistus was a giant of a man, arrogant and powerful. When Caesar invited him to a meeting, Ariovistus replied, "If I needed to see Caesar, I would go to him. Since Caesar wants to see me, he can come to me." It was the kind of insolence Caesar enjoyed crushing, but his own army was jittery. Rumors spread through the camp that the Germans were monsters, 7 feet tall, with eyes that burned like coals. The young officers, the aristocratic boys from Rome who were there for a fun campaign, began to weep in their tents. Wills were signed. The camp was paralyzed by panic. Caesar called an assembly. He stood before his terrified men and delivered one of his greatest speeches. He didn't coddle them. He mocked them. He told them they were acting like cowards. "If no one else will follow me," he declared, his voice cutting through the morning mist, "I will go on with only the 10th Legion. They at least are men." It was a brilliant psychological slap. The 10th Legion roared with pride. The other legions, shamed and jealous, demanded to be led forward immediately. The panic evaporated, replaced by a desperate need to prove themselves. They marched against Ariovistus. They crushed him. In a single summer, Caesar had smashed 2 great powers. As the leaves began to turn gold and the first chill of the Gallic winter crept into the air, Caesar quartered his troops. He sat in his tent, writing his reports. He wrote in the third person. Caesar did this. Caesar saw that. He was creating a character, a calm, omniscient hero who brought order to chaos. But outside the tent, the reality was raw and bloody. He had stepped into a vast, complex world of tribal politics and ancient feuds, and he had shattered it with the blunt force of the legions. He was no longer just a politician. He was a conqueror. The mist of Gaul swirled around the camp, hiding the future. The Gauls were stunned, but they were not tamed. And beyond the Rhine, beyond the Channel, new eyes were watching. The war had only just begun. The eagle had landed in the forest, and it was hungry. The Rhine was not just a river. To the ancient mind, it was a god, a churning grey-green monster that marked the end of the civilized world. West of the river lay Gaul, a land that was slowly, painfully becoming Roman. East of the river lay Germania, a dark, unknowable expanse of forests so thick a squirrel could reportedly travel from Poland to the Netherlands without touching the ground. It was a land of giants, beasts, and chaos. In 55 BCE, the barrier between these two worlds shattered. 2 German tribes, the Usipetes and the Tencteri, driven from their homes by the terrifying Suebi, crossed the Rhine into Gaul. They were not a war party. They were a migration, men, women, children, and cattle, numbering perhaps 400,000. They were looking for land, for safety. Caesar saw them as an infection. He marched to meet them in what is now the Netherlands. The negotiations were tense. The German envoys were proud. They admitted they had been expelled, but warned Caesar that they were invincible against everyone but the Suebi, whom not even the immortal gods can match. Caesar was unimpressed. While the talks were still technically ongoing, a skirmish broke out. Caesar claimed the Germans attacked his cavalry. The Germans claimed they were provoked. Whatever the truth, Caesar used the incident as a pretext for total war. He detained the German leaders when they came to apologize, and then he unleashed his legions on the leaderless camp. What followed was not a battle. It was a harvest of death. The Roman soldiers, disciplined and merciless, swept through the camp, cutting down everyone in their path. Women, children, the elderly. It made no difference. The fleeing mass was driven into the confluence of the Rhine and the Meuse, where they drowned in the thousands, screaming in the water as the legionaries speared them from the banks. It was a massacre so brutal that when news reached Rome, even the jaded Senate was appalled. Cato the Younger, Caesar's arch-nemesis, stood up and proposed that Caesar be handed over to the Germans to atone for the violation of the truce. It was a dramatic gesture, and Cato likely knew it would never happen. But it underscores a historical truth. Even in a violent age, Caesar's ruthlessness could shock the conscience. But Caesar was not listening to Cato. He was staring at the Rhine. He had secured the bank, but he knew the real threat lay across the water. He needed to send a message to the German tribes. The river protects no one. He could have used boats. The local tribes offered to ferry him across, but Caesar refused. "It is not consistent with my own dignity or that of the Roman people," he wrote, "to cross in boats. Boats were for traders and refugees. A conqueror walks." He decided to build a bridge. Consider the audacity of this. The Rhine at this point is wide, deep, and fast. The current is treacherous. To bridge it with modern steel and concrete is a project. To bridge it with wood and muscle in enemy territory is insanity. But Caesar had the Roman legionary. These men were not just killers. They were carpenters, engineers, and laborers. They carried shovels as often as swords. Caesar designed the bridge himself, or at least he took credit for the design of his chief engineer, Mamurra. It was a masterpiece of military architecture. They drove massive timber piles into the riverbed in pairs, slanted against the current to brace against the force of the water. They lowered them with crude cranes and pounded them home with pile drivers mounted on rafts. Close your eyes and listen. Can you hear it? The rhythmic thud-thud-thud of the drivers echoing off the water. A mechanical heartbeat terrifying the birds in the silent German forests. The sound of 40,000 men sawing, hammering, and cursing in Latin. The smell of sawdust and sweat mixing with the cold river damp. It was the Industrial Revolution arriving in the Iron Age. In just 10 days, the bridge was finished. It was a quarter of a mile long, stable, and wide enough for the army to march across in formation. When the legions stepped onto the timber planking, the psychological impact was devastating. The German tribes had never seen anything like it. To them, the river was a force of nature, untamable. And here was this man from the south who had shackled the god with wood and nails. The Sagambri tribe, who had been shouting insults from the far bank, vanished. They packed their villages and fled deep into the woods. They realized they were fighting something they couldn't understand. They were fighting an enemy that could reshape geography. Caesar marched across. He spent 18 days in Germania. He did not fight a single major battle. He didn't need to. He burned a few deserted villages, cut down some crops, and reminded the German allies of Rome that he was watching. It was a police action, a show of force. He walked into the dark, looked around, and found no one willing to meet his gaze. Then, with the casual arrogance of a man who has made his point, he marched back across the bridge to Gaul. And then he burned it. He destroyed his own masterpiece. Why? Because the bridge was not a road. It was a statement. I can build this whenever I want. I can come for you whenever I choose. You are safe only because I allow it. Breaking the bridge also prevented the Germans from using it to invade Gaul, of course. But the theatricality of the burning was pure Caesar. He left the charred stumps of the piles rising out of the water like black teeth, a permanent reminder to the tribes. Rome was here. This episode reveals the terrifying genius of Caesar. He understood that power is as much about perception as reality. The bridge likely cost a fortune in labor and materials, and functionally, it achieved very little in terms of territory. But mythically, it made him a god. Back in Rome, the common people were dazzled. Building a bridge over the Rhine, it was like hearing someone had built a ladder to the moon. The massacre of the Tencteri was forgotten, washed away by the image of the legions marching dry-shod over the chaotic waters. But Caesar was not done with the impossible. As the summer of 55 BCE waned, He turned his gaze from the dark forests of the east to the misty waters of the north. The merchant spoke of an island beyond the edge of the world, a place of tin and pearls, where the warriors fought in chariots like the heroes of the Trojan War. Britannia. To the Romans, Britain was barely real. It was a fable, a floating island of mystery. No Roman army had ever set foot there. Caesar, looking at the grey horizon of the English Channel, felt the pull of the unknown. He had walked on the water of the Rhine. Now he wanted to sail off the map. He began to gather ships. The bridge was ash. The fleet was ready. The ghost of Alexander whispered in his ear, urging him forward, always forward, to the very ends of the earth. The edge of the world smells of salt, seaweed, and cold, grey fear. Stand now on the northern coast of Gaul, near modern-day Boulogne. It is late August, 55 BCE. The air is damp, clinging to your skin like a wet cloak. Before you lies the Oceanus, the vast breathing body of water that the Romans believed encircled the habitable earth. To the soldiers of the legions, staring out at the horizon, this was not merely a sea. It was a barrier between the living and the unknown. They whispered stories in the campfire's glow, stories of floating islands, of sea monsters that could swallow a ship whole, of a land where the sun never set and the people had no heads. This was Britannia. To us, it is an island of green fields and rain. To them, it was a myth made of chalk and fog. Caesar, however, did not believe in monsters. He believed in glory, and he needed to know what lay beyond the mist. He gathered a fleet. It was a modest armada, 80 transports for 2 legions, the 7th and the 10th, and a few warships to escort them. The cavalry was supposed to follow, but the winds were already turning fickle. Late one night, under a moon obscured by clouds, the order was given. The anchors were weighed. The ships slipped out of the harbor, their sails catching the night breeze, drifting away from the safety of the known world. Imagine the silence on those decks. Thousands of men, hardened killers, who had faced German giants and Gallic swords, stood gripping the rails, staring into the dark, listening to the slap of waves against the hull. They were sailing off the map. As the sun rose, painting the water in stripes of pale gold and slate gray, the destination revealed itself. Ahead of them, rising sheer and brilliant white from the sea, were the cliffs of Dover. It is a sight that still stirs the heart today, but for the Romans, it must have looked like the walls of a fortress built by gods, and the walls were manned. Along the cliff tops, looking like ants from the distance, were thousands of warriors. The Britons had been warned. They stood with their spears and shields, watching the wooden monsters of Rome approach. Caesar saw immediately that a landing here was suicide. The enemy could rain javelins down onto the decks from the heights. He waited for the tide to turn, a phenomenon the Romans, used to the tideless Mediterranean, found baffling and sinister, and then signaled the fleet to move north, searching for a flat beach. They found it near what is now Deal. But the Britons had moved too. As the Roman ships ground their keels into the shingle beach, the shore was lined with a terrifying reception committee. There were warriors painted blue with woad, looking like demons of the sea. There were horsemen. And there was something the Romans had not seen in centuries, something that belonged in the dusty pages of the Iliad rather than a modern battlefield. Chariots. The British war chariots wheeled and darted along the water's edge, the drivers performing acrobatic feats, running along the coppier poles while the horses galloped. The noise was deafening, the screaming of the barbarians, the thunder of hooves, the crash of the surf. The Roman soldiers hesitated. Who can blame them? They were weighed down by heavy armor, facing deep water, and a beach swarming with nightmares. To jump was to drown or be skewered. The invasion stalled in the surf. Then came one of those moments that history crystallizes, a single spark that ignites an explosion. The standard bearer, the aquilifer of the 10th Legion, the man responsible for the eagle, the sacred soul of the unit, looked at his frozen comrades. He shouted over the roar of the waves, "Leap, fellow soldiers, unless you wish to betray your eagle to the enemy. I, for my part, will perform my duty to the Republic and to my general." And he jumped. He plunged into the chest-deep water, holding the golden eagle high above his head, and began to wade toward the enemy. It was an act of shaming brilliance. For a Roman legion, losing the eagle was a disgrace worse than death. The soldiers on the ships, seeing their sacred standard bobbing alone toward the barbarians, were seized with panic. Not fear of the enemy, but fear of dishonor. One by one, then in droves, they vaulted over the sides. The sea churned with men. The fight on the beach was ugly and chaotic. Romans struggled to find their footing in the shifting stones, waterlogged and slow, while the Britons rode their horses into the waves, striking down with long swords. But discipline, as it always does, eventually overcame fury. Once the Romans reached dry land and formed their shield walls, the technological gap closed. The Britons, realizing they could not break the iron line, retreated into the hinterland. Caesar had landed. He set up camp on the beach. But the island had one more weapon, the moon. 4 days after the landing, a full moon brought a spring tide. The Romans, ignorant of the violent tides of the Atlantic, had pulled their warships up on the beach and left the heavy transports at anchor. In the middle of the night, the ocean rose up. A storm blew in, compounding the disaster. The soldiers woke to the sound of timber snapping. The tide swamped the beach, smashing the ships against each other, shattering oars and crushing hulls. By morning, Caesar looked out at a graveyard of wood. 12 ships were totally lost. The rest were crippled. He was trapped. He had no food reserves, no cavalry. They had been turned back by the storm, and no way home. The Britons, seeing the broken fleet, took heart. They gathered again, hoping to starve the invaders or slaughter them in the winter mud. It was a perilous moment. The conqueror of Gaul was suddenly just a shipwrecked sailor on a hostile rock. But Caesar did not panic. He never panicked. He ordered the soldiers to cannibalize the most damaged ships to repair the others. He sent foraging parties to harvest the local grain, fighting running skirmishes with British charioteers in the cornfields. It was a strange, desperate campaign, harvesting wheat with one hand, holding a sword with the other, all under the grey weeping sky of a British autumn. He managed to patch his fleet together. He fought off a few more attacks, inflicting enough damage to make the Britons ask for a truce. But Caesar knew he was pushing his luck. The season was turning, the equinox was approaching, bringing worse storms. He had seen the island, he had fought its ghosts, and he had survived. That was enough. He accepted hostages, who were never actually delivered, and ordered the fleet to sail. They limped back across the channel, reaching Gaul just as the winter closed in. Militarily, the expedition was a near disaster. He had conquered nothing. He had left no garrison. He had barely left the beach. But in Rome, it was as if he had landed on Mars. The Senate, swept up in the hysteria of the New World, voted a Thanksgiving of 20 days. Caesar had expanded the mental map of the Roman people. He had touched the edge of the world and returned to tell the tale. He wrote his report with his usual cool detachment, describing the triangular shape of the island, the tin mines, and the strange habits of the locals, who, he claimed, shared wives, a detail that surely scandalized and titillated the matrons of Rome. But as he sat in his winter quarters in Gaul, listening to the wind howl, Caesar knew he wasn't finished with the island. He had been surprised by the tides, surprised by the chariots, and embarrassed by the near shipwreck. His pride was pricked. He was already drawing up plans for new ships, wider and shallower, designed specifically for beach landings. He would go back, not to explore, but to conquer. The mist of Britain had not hidden the prize. It had only obscured the difficulty. And Julius Caesar never walked away from a difficulty. The ghost of the island would haunt him until he could return and place his boot firmly on its neck. But for now, the legion slept, the channel churned, and the white cliffs stood silent, waiting for the eagles to return. The snow fell silently on the forests of central Gaul, burying the Roman roads and the charred ruins of villages under a blanket of white. It was the winter of 52 BCE, the year of the consulship of Pompey, governing alone in Rome, a sign of the darkening political skies there. But in Gaul, it would be known as the year of the fire. The conquest, which Caesar had confidently declared complete in his reports, was about to unravel. The Gauls had learned. For 6 years, they had fought Rome tribe by tribe, allowing Caesar to smash them one by one. They had been proud, fractious, and divided, but suffering is a great teacher. In the secret groves of the Druids and the hidden councils of the chiefs, a new idea was taking root: unity. If they did not stand together, they would die alone. The spark was struck at Cenabum, the modern city of Orleans. At dawn, a group of Carnutes, wild and desperate, rushed into the town and slaughtered the Roman traders who had settled there to make a profit from the conquest. They looted the grain stores and threw the bodies into the street. It was a brutal, messy pogrom. But what happened next was the true miracle. The news traveled. The Gauls did not have the postal service of Rome, but they had the human voice. Men stood in the fields and shouted the news to their neighbors, who shouted it to the next valley. In this way, the story of the massacre at Cenabum traveled 160 miles to the lands of the Arvani in a single day. It reached the ears of a young nobleman named Vercingetorix. Say the name quietly: Vercingetorix. It rolls off the tongue like thunder. Historians still argue whether this was his birth name or a title. In the Gallic tongue, it effectively translates to King of Great Warriors or Victor of 100 Battles. If it was a title, he earned it. If it was a name, it was destiny. Vercingetorix was not like the tribal elders who had failed before. He was young, perhaps in his late 20s, with the fiery charisma of a fanatic and the cold, calculating mind of a general. He had served in the Roman auxiliary cavalry. He knew Caesar. He had watched the legions march, dig, and kill. He knew their strengths, and more importantly, he knew their hunger. He understood that you cannot beat the Romans in a shield wall. You have to starve them. He seized power in his tribe, the Arverni, casting out his own uncle, who wanted peace. He sent embassies to every corner of Gaul, demanding hostages and oaths of loyalty. For the first time in history, the tribes answered as one. The Senones, the Parisi, the Pictones, the Turoni, names that live on in the map of modern France, all flocked to his banner. He disciplined them with terrifying severity. For minor offenses, he cut off ears or gouged out eyes, sending the mutilated men back to their villages as living warnings. "Obey," he said, "or disappear." Caesar was in Italy when the news broke. He was distracted by the chaos in Rome, where gang warfare had effectively shut down the government. The news from Gaul hit him like a physical blow. His conquests were burning. His legions were trapped in the north, wintering in different camps, while he was cut off in the south. Between him and his army lay the Cevennes Mountains, buried in 6 feet of snow, and a countryside swarming with rebels. Most generals would have waited for spring. Caesar did not wait. He did the impossible. Again. He took a small force and marched directly into the mountains. His soldiers shoveled paths through the drifts, sleeping in the snow, freezing and exhausted. But they crossed the barrier that the Gauls thought was impassable. He descended into the lands of the Averni like a wolf dropping from the sky. Vercingetorix, stunned that Caesar was suddenly in his backyard, was forced to move south to defend his own people. It was a feint. While Vercingetorix was chasing shadows in the south, Caesar slipped away, riding day and night, with a small cavalry escort to link up with his legions in the north. By the time Vercingetorix realized what had happened, Caesar had reunited his army. The chess master had reset the board. But this was not the old war. Vercingetorix refused to give battle. He initiated a strategy of scorched earth. He ordered the Gauls to burn their own homes, their own barns, their own food. "We must wage war on our own bellies to empty theirs," he might have argued. It was a horrific, heartbreaking command. The sky over central Gaul turned black with the smoke of burning villages. The Roman legions marched through a wasteland, finding only ash where there should have been grain. They went hungry. They gnawed on roots and leather. But they kept marching. Then came the tragedy of Avaricum. The Biturigus tribe begged Vercingetorix to spare their capital, Avaricum, modern Bourges. "It is the most beautiful city in Gaul," they pleaded. "It is defensible. We have walls." Vercingetorix, against his better judgment, relented. He allowed the city to stand. It was a fatal mercy. Caesar arrived and laid siege. The Romans were starving, freezing, and outnumbered, but they were engineers. In 25 days, amidst driving rain and constant attacks, they built a massive siege terrace, a mountain of wood and earth that rose as high as the city walls. When the Romans finally stormed Avaricum, their frustration exploded. They were angry at the hunger, angry at the cold, angry at the long war. They spared no one. Of the 40,000 men, women, and children inside the city, barely 800 escaped to tell the tale. The rest were butchered in the streets. Caesar noted this with his usual detachment. But the message was clear. This is the price of resistance. Vercingetorix did not panic. He used the massacre to prove his point. "I told you," he told the weeping council of chiefs. "I told you to burn it. The Romans did not defeat us with bravery. They defeated us with engineering. We must not give them a target." The tribes, horrified by the loss, but awed by his foresight, clung to him even tighter. The defeat at Avaricum did not break the rebellion, it hardened it. Caesar now moved against Gergovia, the capital of the Arverni. It was a fortress on a high plateau, unassailable. Here, for the first time, Caesar tasted bitterness. He tried to take the hill by force. His legions, overconfident and perhaps misinterpreting his signals, charged too far. They were met by a wall of Gallic warriors and the steep slopes of the terrain. The Romans were thrown back. They lost 700 men, including 46 centurions, the backbone of the army. It was a stinging defeat. Caesar was forced to retreat. Imagine the scene as the Romans withdrew. The Gauls on the walls cheered, waving the captured swords of dead centurions. Vercingetorix had done what no one else had done. He had beaten Caesar in a straight fight. The myth of Roman invincibility was cracked. The Aedui, Rome's oldest and most loyal allies in Gaul, saw the writing on the wall and defected to the rebels. Caesar was now entirely alone, deep in enemy territory, surrounded by a nation in arms. His supply lines were cut. His political enemies in Rome were sharpening their knives, waiting for the news of his destruction. He began to retreat towards the Roman province in the south, fighting a running battle against the swarming Gallic cavalry. It looked like the end. The great conquest was collapsing into a disastrous rout. But Caesar was never more dangerous than when he was cornered. He had hired German cavalry, mercenaries from across the Rhine, to bolster his weak horsemen. In a sharp, violent skirmish, the Germans routed Vercingetorix's cavalry. The Gallic king, realizing he couldn't win a mobile war against the German horsemen, made a fateful decision. He decided to stop running. He decided to make a stand. He retreated to a hilltop fortress called Alesia. It was a massive plateau surrounded by rivers and hills, a natural stronghold. He had 80,000 infantry. He had enough food for a month. He believed he could hold out until all of Gaul rose up to crush the Romans against his walls. He went into the fortress and closed the gates. Caesar arrived shortly after. He looked at the hill. He looked at the 80,000 men waiting up there. He looked at his own 50,000 tired, hungry soldiers. He did not order an assault. He ordered his men to take out their shovels. The final act of the Gallic Wars had begun. It would not be a battle of swords, but a battle of the spade. And it would determine the fate of nations for the next 500 years. The spade is a humble tool, usually reserved for planting crops or digging graves. At Alesia, it did both. Caesar looked at the massive plateau rising from the valley floor, a natural fortress shaped like a lozenge, surrounded by rivers on two sides. Inside were 80,000 warriors, the elite of the Gallic nation. Caesar knew he could not storm the heights. The slopes were too steep, the defenders too desperate. He also knew that Vercingetorix had sent riders out before the trap closed, galloping to every tribe in Gaul with a plea for help. A relief army was coming, a massive one. Caesar was about to be the meat in a very deadly sandwich, besieging a fortress while being besieged himself. Most generals would have retreated. Caesar ordered his men to dig. He constructed what military historians call a circumvallation and a contravallation. In simple terms, he built a donut of death. The inner ring of fortifications, 11 miles long, faced inward to keep Vercingetorix trapped. The outer ring, 14 miles long, faced outward to stop the relief army. Between these two walls, in a corridor, barely a few hundred yards wide, lived 50,000 Roman soldiers. They were effectively living in a trench city, and these were not just walls. They were nightmares of engineering. Caesar knew he was outnumbered, so he turned the landscape itself into a weapon. In front of the walls, his men dug 20-foot trenches with vertical sides. Behind those, they flooded ditches with river water. Behind those was the killing field. Here, they buried iron hooks called stimuli to rip open sandals. They dug pits known as lilies, funnels of earth hiding sharpened stakes hardened by fire, covered with brush to look like solid ground. If you stepped on one, you were impaled. They planted tsipi, tree trunks with interlaced branches sharpened to points, looking like stag antlers designed to break a charge. It was a zone of industrial cruelty, designed to slow the enemy down so the scorpions, giant Roman crossbows, could pick them off. Caesar describes these traps in his commentaries with the pride of a gardener describing his prize roses. Inside the fortress of Alesia, the mood shifted from defiance to dread. The food ran out. Vercingetorix, the king of warriors, was forced to make a decision that stains his legend with the cold grey of reality. He ordered the useless mouths, the women, the children, the elderly of the local Mandabai tribe, to leave the citadel. He hoped Caesar would let them pass, or perhaps take them as slaves. He was wrong. Caesar refused to let them through his lines. He would not feed them, and he would not release them. So the Mandabai were trapped in the no-man's land between the Gallic walls and the Roman trenches. There, under the eyes of their husbands and fathers on the hill, and the stone-faced legionaries in the ditch, they starved to death. It is a moment of horror that history often glosses over, a reminder that the glory of Rome was built on a foundation of absolute, unyielding ruthlessness. Then the relief army arrived. The ground shook. 250,000 Gauls, 250,000 men, poured over the hills. The horizon was a sea of banners and spears. The noise must have been indescribable. The chanting of the tribes, the blowing of the Carnics' war trumpets, the screaming of the trapped warriors inside Alesia, cheering their saviors. Caesar was surrounded by 330,000 enemies. He had 50,000 men. The math was impossible. For days, the attacks came. The Gauls struck from the outside, throwing themselves against the outer wall, while Vercingetorix stormed down from the hill to hit the inner wall. The Romans were fighting back to back, running from one side of the fortifications to the other. The noise was so deafening that orders could not be heard. Centurions had to grab soldiers by the shoulders to direct them. The dust choked the air. At night, the sky was lit by thousands of torches. It was an apocalypse in a muddy valley. The crisis came on the fourth day. The Gauls found a weak spot, a camp on the north side, where the wall was incomplete due to a hill. They poured 60,000 men into the gap. The Roman line buckled. From his command post, Caesar saw the disaster unfolding. This was it. The end of the war, the end of his life, the end of everything. He grabbed his cloak. It was the paludamentum, the scarlet cloak of the commanding general. It was a beacon, a splash of blood-red color against the grey dust of battle. He rode toward the breach. His arrival was electric. The soldiers, exhausted and near panic, saw the red cloak. They saw the old man, he was 50 now, riding into the thick of the fighting, calling them by name, shouting that the eyes of the world were upon them. "Now is the time," he roared. "If we die here, we lose everything. If we win, we own the world." The 10th Legion, his favorites, threw their javelins and drew their swords. But it wasn't enough. The sheer weight of numbers was crushing them. Then came the masterstroke. Caesar had held back a small reserve of his German cavalry. He sent them out of the fortifications, riding completely around the outer wall to hit the Gauls from the rear. It was a gamble, but it worked. The Gauls, seeing horsemen behind them, panicked. In ancient warfare, panic is more deadly than a sword. The massive relief army, terrified of being encircled, broke. The Romans, energized by the sight of their enemy fleeing, surged forward. The slaughter was immense. The relief army disintegrated, scattering into the forests like leaves in a gale. Inside Alesia, Vercingetorix watched his hope evaporate. The relief army was gone. His people were starving. The silence that fell over the valley the next morning must have been heavy enough to crush a man's soul. He called a council. "I did not undertake this war for my own needs," he told them, "but for the common liberty of all. Since we must yield to fortune, I offer myself to you. Kill me, or hand me over to satisfy the Romans." The next day, the gates of Alesia opened. A lone figure rode out. Historians and poets have embellished this moment for centuries. Some say he rode around Caesar 3 times in silence. Some say he wore his finest silver armor and rode a white stallion. The truth is likely quieter, but no less dramatic. Vercingetorix, the man who had united a nation, rode down the hill to where Caesar sat on a low wooden dais. He dismounted. He took off his armor, piece by piece, and laid it on the ground. He placed his sword at Caesar's feet. Then he sat down in the dust and waited. Caesar did not speak. He signaled to the guards. The king of the Arverni was chained and led away. He would spend 6 years in a Roman dungeon before being strangled during Caesar's triumph. The siege of Alesia was the end of Gallic independence. 1 million Gauls were dead. 1 million more were enslaved. The culture of the Celts, a vibrant, oral, mystical world, was shattered to be replaced by Roman law, Roman roads, and the Latin tongue. Caesar had won. He was the conqueror of the north, the equal of Alexander. He had an army that would walk into hell for him. He had wealth beyond imagination. But as he looked south toward Italy, he knew the real war was just beginning. The Senate was waiting. Pompey was waiting. The Republic was waiting. The conqueror wiped the dust of Alesia from his face and turned his eyes toward the Rubicon. The victory at Alesia was a thunderclap, but thunder eventually fades into silence. For Caesar, the silence was dangerous. While he was busy redrawing the map of Europe, the political ground in Rome had shifted beneath his feet. The triumvirate, that 3-headed monster that had ruled the Republic for nearly a decade, was dead. It didn't die in the Senate or the Forum. It died in the burning sands of Syria, thousands of miles away. Marcus Licinius Crassus, the man whose gold glued the alliance together, was gone. Crassus had always been the insecure third wheel of the triumvirate. He had money, yes, more than God. But he lacked the military glory of Pompey or the rising star of Caesar. He wanted a triumph. He wanted to be a conqueror. So at the age of 62, he bought himself an army and marched east to invade the Parthian Empire, modern-day Iran. It was a disaster of biblical proportions. At the Battle of Carrhae in 53 BCE, his legions were surrounded in the open desert by Parthian horse archers. The Romans, weighed down by heavy armor and heat, were pinned like insects. The Parthians rained arrows on them for hours, riding away to refill their quivers from camel trains and returning to fire again. It was a slow, mechanical slaughter. Crassus was tricked into a parley and beheaded. The legends say the Parthians poured molten gold down his throat, a grim mockery of his legendary greed. Play the king, they might have laughed. But the true tragedy was not the gold. It was the geopolitical balance. With Crassus dead, the tripod lost a leg. There was no longer a buffer between the two colossal egos of Pompey and Caesar. They were alone in the room now, staring at each other. And then, the personal tragedy struck. Julia died. The beloved wife of Pompey and the daughter of Caesar passed away in childbirth. The baby died a few days later. This was the final thread snapping. Pompey was devastated. He had truly loved her. With Julia gone, Caesar was no longer family. He was just a rival. Pompey, drifting in his grief, began to listen to the whispers of the Senate conservatives. Men like Cato and Marcellus poured poison in his ear. Caesar is a threat, they hissed. He wants to be king. He is raising monsters in the north. Pompey, who had once been the radical outsider, slowly began to see himself as the defender of the establishment. He let the Senate appoint him sole consul, a dictator in all but name, to restore order to the violence-plagued city. In Gaul, Caesar sat in his winter quarters, reading the letters from Rome with a growing sense of dread. He knew exactly what was happening. The Senate was setting a trap. His term as governor was ending. If he laid down his command and returned to Rome as a private citizen, he would be prosecuted for his actions during his consulship 10 years ago. They would drag him through the courts, convict him of corruption and illegal warfare, and send him into exile. He would be ruined. His only safety was his imperium, his official command immunity. He needed to step directly from his governorship into a second consulship without a gap. He sent offers of compromise. I will give up 8 of my 10 legions, he proposed. I will come back quietly. The Senate, emboldened by Pompey's support, spat on the offer. They wanted total surrender. They passed a decree demanding Caesar disband his army by a specific date or be declared an enemy of the state. It was an ultimatum. 2 of Caesar's loyal tribunes, Mark Antony and Quintus Cassius, tried to veto the decree in the Senate. They were shouted down, threatened with violence, and forced to flee the city disguised as slaves, hiding in the back of a cart. When they arrived at Caesar's camp in Ravenna, disheveled and shaken, Caesar paraded them before his troops. Look, he shouted, pointing at the tribunes in their slave rags. This is how Rome treats the representatives of the people. This is how they treat your victories. It was a masterclass in propaganda. He wasn't asking his soldiers to fight for his ambition. He was asking them to fight for the Republic's honor, which the corrupt Senate had trampled. The 13th Legion, the only unit he had with him south of the Alps, stood ready. These men had marched with him through the snows of Gaul, built his bridges, and starved in his trenches. They were hard, lean, and utterly loyal. They didn't care about the Senate. They cared about their general. The stage was set. The diplomatic letters had all been written. The envoys had all returned empty-handed. The peace was a corpse, waiting to be buried. Caesar stood at Ravenna, looking south. Between him and Rome lay a small, insignificant river called the Rubicon. It was the legal boundary of his province. To cross it with an army was treason. It was a declaration of civil war. He spent the day in a strange, restless calm. He inspected the plans for a gladiatorial school he was building. He had dinner with friends. He laughed, he drank, he acted like a man without a care in the world. But as the night deepened, he slipped away from the table. He climbed into a hired carriage drawn by mules, not horses, to avoid attention. He took only a few staff officers and a small detachment of soldiers. They rode through the dark, getting lost at one point and having to hike on foot until they reached the banks of the river just before dawn, the Rubicon. Today, it is a muddy stream, barely worth a glance. In January of 49 BC, it was the edge of the precipice. Caesar stood on the bank. The water rushed past, black and cold. He paused. Historians say he hesitated for a long time, staring at the current. He knew the weight of his next step. If I cross this river, he told his companions, it will mean blood for the whole world. If I do not, it will mean my own destruction. It was a choice between being a butcher or a victim. Caesar had never been a victim. He turned to his officers. The silence of the morning was heavy, broken only by the snorting of the mules and the water over the stones. He took a breath of the cold winter air. Then he spoke the words that have echoed for 2,000 years. Alia iacta est. The die is cast. He was using a gambling metaphor, a quote from a Greek play. He was tossing his life onto the table and asking fate to call the number. He spurred his horse into the water. The splashing of hooves shattered the peace of the Republic forever. He reached the other side. He was now an enemy of the state. He was now marching on Rome. The water of the Rubicon was still drying on the hooves of the horses when the world began to tilt. Crossing the river was a moment of high drama, but the morning after was a matter of cold logistics. Caesar was now an invader in his own country. He had one legion, the 13th, barely 5,000 men. Against him, in theory, stood the entire might of the Roman Republic, Pompey the Great, the consuls, and the infinite resources of the state. By all conventional military logic, Caesar was walking into a trap, but Caesar knew something the Senate did not. The Republic was a hollow shell, and Pompey was a giant standing on sand. The news of the crossing hit Rome not like a courier's letter, but like a physical shockwave. Caesar is in Italy. The phrase tore through the markets and the bathhouses. Rumors grew wings and turned into monsters. People whispered that Caesar was bringing Gallic cavalry who ate human flesh. They said he was burning every town he passed. They said he was coming to wash the Forum in blood, just as Sulla and Marius had done decades before. Panic, cold and irrational, seized the city. The roads leading south were suddenly choked with traffic. Senators, knights, and wealthy merchants piling their silver and their families into ox carts, fleeing the monster of the north. But in the north, the monster was behaving strangely. He was not burning towns. He was knocking on doors. He marched into Ariminum, the first major city on the coast. The gates opened. There was no looting. There was no slaughter. He simply occupied the square, spoke to the people, and ensured the market stayed open. He moved with a speed that terrified his enemies. This was the Caesar sprint, a pace of marching that defied the textbooks. While the Senate was still debating how to draft a recruitment letter, Caesar was taking town after town, Pisarum, Ancona, Iguvium. The garrison stationed there didn't fight. They defected. They looked at the lean, hard veterans of the 13th Legion. Then they looked at their own soft hands, and they switched sides. Caesar wasn't just conquering territory. He was rolling up the carpet of Italy and taking it with him. In Rome, The great Pompey was paralyzed. He had boasted famously a few months earlier, "I have only to stamp my foot on the ground of Italy, and legions will spring up." Now he was stamping, but the earth remained silent. He realized too late that his legions were either in Spain, governed by his legates, or were actually Caesar's old veterans who had been transferred to him, men who still loved their old commander. Pompey, the strategic genius, looked at the map and realized he couldn't hold Rome. He made a decision that shocked the Senate. He ordered an evacuation. "Abandon the city," he commanded. "We will retreat to the south, cross the sea to Greece, raise a massive army in the east, and return to reconquer Italy." It was a sound military strategy, but a political catastrophe. To abandon Rome was to abandon the heart of the Republic. The consuls and senators fled in such a rush that they left the treasury behind in the Temple of Saturn, massive bars of gold and silver that Caesar would later thank them for. They ran south, a government in exile, dust on their togas and fear in their eyes. But not everyone ran. One man decided to stand and fight. Domitius Ahenobarbus was a proud, stubborn aristocrat who hated Caesar with a passion that bordered on madness. He had been promised Caesar's province of Gaul, and he wasn't about to let the bald adulterer take it back. Ignoring Pompey's direct orders to retreat, Domitius took 3 legions and locked himself in the hill town of Corfinium, about 80 miles east of Rome. He decided he would be the rock that broke the wave. Caesar arrived at Corfinium in mid-February. He didn't storm the walls. He didn't need to. He simply surrounded the town and waited. Inside, the morale of Domitius's troops collapsed. These were fresh recruits, terrified of the veterans outside. When Domitius was caught trying to sneak out of the city alone to save his own skin, his soldiers mutinied. They arrested their own general and opened the gates to Caesar. This is the moment where the civil war changed its face. In the old days, the days of Marius and Sulla, a captured enemy general would be executed immediately, his head stuck on a pike. Domitius was dragged before Caesar, trembling, expecting the sword. He had even tried to poison himself earlier, only to be told by his physician, who had given him a sleeping potion instead of poison, that he was going to live. He stood there, humiliated, waiting for death. Caesar looked at him. He looked at the trembling senators and officers who had been captured with him. The entire army watched. The silence stretched. Then Caesar spoke. He told Domitius he was free to go. He returned Domitius's money, 6 million sesterces that Domitius had brought to pay his troops. He didn't even ask for an oath of loyalty. "Go," Caesar effectively said. "Join Pompey if you wish. Fight me again if you want." Domitius was stunned. The soldiers were stunned. It was a psychological masterstroke. This was Caesar's policy of clementia, mercy. It wasn't just kindness. It was a weapon. By sparing his enemies, he made them look small and petty. He showed Rome that he was not a tyrant, but a father disciplining unruly children. He took Domitius's soldiers, incorporated them into his own army, and marched on. Domitius, humiliated by his survival, fled to join Pompey, a living ghost of his own failure. Caesar wrote to his friends about this new strategy. "Let this be a new way of conquering, to fortify ourselves with mercy and generosity." It was brilliant propaganda. The terror that had gripped Italy began to melt. Towns that had barred their gates now threw them open. The monster was actually a gentleman. He paid for his supplies. He protected property. He was acting more like a consul than the actual consuls, but the clock was ticking. Pompey was racing for the port of Brundisium at the heel of Italy, intending to sail for Greece. If Pompey escaped, the war would drag on for years. Caesar needed to catch him. The Spanish sprint became the Apulian sprint. He drove his men hard, marching south, devouring the miles. He arrived at Brundisium just as the last of Pompey's transports were loading. It was a siege of hours. Caesar tried to block the harbor mouth with moles and rafts. Pompey fought back with archers on the decks of merchant ships. It was a frantic, moonlit struggle at the water's edge. But Pompey was a master of logistics. He slipped the net. As Caesar watched from the breakwater, the sails of Pompey's fleet caught the wind and faded into the Adriatic night. The government of Rome was gone. The Senate was gone. The greatest general of the age had fled. Caesar stood on the dock, looking at the empty horizon. He had won Italy in 60 days without fighting a major battle. He was the master of the peninsula. But he knew this was not a victory. It was a prelude. Pompey had the navy, the wealth of the East, and the legitimacy of the Senate. He would return with an armada that would dwarf anything Caesar could muster. But that was a problem for tomorrow. For now, there was a strange, hollow prize waiting for him to the north. The city of Rome was open. The seat of empire was empty. Caesar turned his horse around. It was time to go home. The road back to Rome was strange. Usually, a returning general was met with cheering crowds, flowers, and the clamor of a triumph. But as Caesar rode north from Brundisium in April of 49 BCE, the applause was tentative, nervous. He was the master of Italy, yes, but he was also a man who had chased the legitimate government into the sea. When he finally saw the 7 hills rising in the distance, they did not look like home. They looked like a prize that had been dropped in the panic. He entered the city, not with a roar, but with a quiet, terrifying confidence. The streets were not empty, but they were drained of their soul. The great houses of the aristocracy on the Palatine were shuttered and barred, their owners shivering in refugee camps in Greece. The Forum, usually a screaming hive of litigation and commerce, was subdued. Rome felt like a house where the parents had stormed out, leaving the children wondering if they would ever come back. Caesar summoned the Senate. It was a pathetic gathering. The benches were half empty. The men who attended were the ones left behind, the neutrals, the elderly, the terrified, and the few true believers in Caesar's cause. He stood before them, not as a conqueror, but as a reasonable man. He explained his case. He had been wronged, he said. His dignity had been insulted. He wanted peace. He asked them to send envoys to Pompey to negotiate. The senators nodded, murmured their agreement, and did absolutely nothing. They were too afraid of Pompey's wrath to act as peacemakers. If Pompey won, anyone who had collaborated with Caesar would be purged. Silence was the safest policy. Frustrated by the inertia of the politicians, Caesar turned to the one thing that never hesitated: gold. He needed money. War is expensive, and he had an army to feed. He marched to the Temple of Saturn, the stout, columned building at the foot of the Capitoline Hill that housed the aerarium, the state treasury. The consuls, in their blind panic to flee, had left it fully stocked. Bars of silver, ingots of gold, and the sacred reserve fund intended only for defense against a Gallic invasion. It was all there, but there was a problem. Standing in front of the locked bronze doors was a young tribune named Lucius Caecilius Metellus. He was a brave man, or perhaps a foolish one. He stood alone against the legions, invoking his sacred right of veto. "You cannot open these doors," he declared, his voice trembling but firm. "It is against the law. This gold is sacred." Caesar looked at him. The scene is cinematic in its tension. The conqueror of Gaul, the man who had burned bridges and crossed rivers, stopped by a single bureaucrat citing the rulebook. Caesar's patience, usually so vast, evaporated. He did not debate the law. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Stand aside, young man," he said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "War allows no time for free speech. When I have laid down my arms, then you may talk." Metellus didn't move. Caesar stepped closer, his eyes cold. "If you interfere with me, I will kill you. And believe me, young man," he added with a chilling softness, "it is far harder for me to say that than to do it." It was a bluff, probably. Caesar prided himself on his clemency. Killing a tribune in the forum would have been a PR disaster. But Metellus looked into those eyes and saw the thousands of dead Gauls, the burning of Alesia, and the iron will of a man who did not understand the word no. He stepped aside. The doors were smashed open. Caesar stripped the treasury bare. He took 15,000 bars of gold, 30,000 bars of silver, and millions of coins. With one stroke, he had funded his revolution with the Republic's own savings. He joked grimly that since he had conquered the Gauls, the Gallic invasion fund was no longer needed anyway. With his pockets full and the city secured, or at least cowed, Caesar looked at the map. He had a strategic dilemma. Pompey was in Greece, raising a massive army. But Pompey's best legions, 7 of them, battle-hardened and loyal, were in Spain, led by competent lieutenants. If Caesar went to Greece to fight Pompey, the Spanish legions would march into Italy and crush him from behind. If he stayed in Rome, he would be starved out. He made a decision that defied conventional wisdom. He would turn his back on Pompey. "I go to fight an army without a general," he told his staff, referring to the leaderless legions in Spain. "And then I will return to fight a general without an army." He left Rome in the hands of Mark Antony, a man of immense charm, immense physical strength, and immense irresponsibility, and marched west. His target was Ilerda, modern Leda, in Catalonia. But first, he had to deal with a thorn in his side, the city of Massilia, Marseille. This ancient Greek port, wealthy and proud, closed its gates to him. They claimed neutrality, but they were secretly helping Pompey. Caesar didn't have time for a siege. He left 3 legions there under a subordinate to starve them out, and hurried on to Spain. The campaign in Spain was a masterpiece of maneuver. It wasn't a war of great battles, but a war of rivers and rain. When Caesar arrived near Ilerda, he found the Pompeian generals, Afranius and Petreius, dug in on a hill. They were well supplied and confident. Caesar was not. The spring rains came early and hard. The rivers flooded, sweeping away Caesar's bridges, a recurring theme in his life. His army was cut off. Food ran low. The soldiers were eating roots. For a few weeks, it looked like the great gambler had finally rolled snake eyes. Reports reached Rome that Caesar was trapped, perhaps even defeated. The opportunists in the capital began to pack their bags to join Pompey, thinking the war was over. But Caesar was an engineer at heart. If he couldn't cross the river, he would move the river. He ordered his men to dig canals to divert the water and lower the level of the Sicarus River. He built improvised boats, leather stretched over wicker frames, a trick he had learned in Britain. He ferried his cavalry across under the cover of night and cut off the Pompeian supply lines. Suddenly, the hunters became the hunted. Afranius and Petreius tried to retreat, but Caesar was faster. He outmarched them, blocked their escape route, and surrounded them in the dry hills. The enemy soldiers were thirsty. They were tired, and they were Romans. They looked across the lines at Caesar's men they had served with in previous wars, men who were their cousins and brothers. They didn't want to fight. In the evenings, the soldiers would sneak across the lines to share rations and gossip. It became a strange, fraternizing siege. Afranius and Petreius tried to stop it, executing a few of Caesar's men to force a battle. But the spirit was gone. Caesar refused to attack. "Why should I purchase victory with the blood of my soldiers?" he asked. He wanted them alive. He wanted their legions. He squeezed them until the water ran out. Finally, on August 2nd, the Pompeian army surrendered. 5 legions, the best troops Pompey had, handed over their eagles without a major battle being fought. Caesar pardoned the generals, who immediately ran back to Pompey to fight again, proving that gratitude is a rare commodity in civil war, and incorporated the soldiers into his own ranks. In 40 days, he had secured the West. He was now the master of Spain, Gaul, and Italy. He returned to Rome briefly to be named dictator, a temporary measure to oversee elections, and then resigned the title after 11 days. He didn't want titles yet. He wanted Pompey. The board was cleared. The pawns were gone. The kings were about to meet. Caesar looked east, across the Adriatic, where the winter storms were gathering. Pompey was waiting. And this time, there would be no river to divert, no treasury to loot. Just 2 old friends, standing in the mud of Greece, waiting to see who the gods loved more. The Adriatic Sea in winter is a graveyard. The winds howl down from the Dinaric Alps, whipping the grey water into a frenzy of whitecaps that can smash a wooden hull to splinters in minutes. In ancient navigation, the sea was considered closed from November to March. No sane captain left port. Merchants furled their sails, sailors mended their nets, and generals waited for spring. But Julius Caesar did not have the luxury of sanity. He was standing on the docks of Brundisium in January of 48 BC, staring at the churning horizon. He had become the master of Italy and Spain, but he knew his victories were built on smoke. Across the water, in Greece, Pompey the Great had assembled a juggernaut. He had 9 legions, thousands of archers from Crete and Pontus, and a fleet of 500 warships commanded by none other than Marcus Bibulus, Caesar's old, bitter co-consul, a man who hated Caesar with a purity that had only deepened with age. Bibulus was patrolling the straits, waiting. He had sworn that not a single plank of Caesar's wood would touch the Greek shore. Caesar had a dilemma. He had 12 legions ready to fight, but he had enough transport ships for only 7, about 15,000 men. A cautious general would have waited to build more ships. A prudent general would have waited for better weather. Caesar ordered the embarkation. On January 4th, under the cover of a moonless night and a brewing storm, he sailed. It was a gamble of staggering proportions. He was betting that Bibulus would be too comfortable by his fire to expect an attack, and that the winter winds would blow him across before the enemy woke up. He was right. The storm that terrified his sailors actually saved them, hiding the small fleet from the Pompeian patrols. They landed on the rocky coast of Epirus, modern Albania, at a place called Palaest. It was a desolate, jagged stretch of shoreline, far from the main ports. But they were alive. Caesar had successfully invaded Greece. But the gamble wasn't over. He sent the ships back immediately to pick up the rest of his army, led by Mark Antony. This time, luck ran out. Bibulus was awake. Enraged that Caesar had slipped past him, he pounced on the returning empty ships. He captured 30 of them. In a fit of cold fury, he burned them all, with the crews still on board. It was a horrific signal. The door was closed. Caesar was now trapped in Greece, with a tiny army, cut off from his supplies, facing a force 3 times his size. For months, a strange, tense stalemate took hold. Caesar was desperate. He had no food. His soldiers were eating roots mixed with milk, making a kind of bread they jokingly called charity. He needed Antony to cross with the reinforcements. But Antony was stuck in Brundisium, blockaded by the vigilant Bibulus. Letters flew back and forth across the blockade. Caesar urged, pleaded, and threatened. "Come at the first wind," he wrote. "I would rather you risk shipwreck than defeat." Antony, who enjoyed the comforts of Italy and was perhaps less eager to drown, hesitated. This delay gave birth to one of the most famous legends of the war. The story goes that Caesar, frustrated by Antony's inaction, decided to sail back to Italy himself to fetch the legions. He disguised himself as a slave and hired a small fishing boat to take him across the storm-tossed Adriatic. As the waves rose higher and the terrified boatman prepared to turn back, Caesar threw off his hood and revealed himself. "Fear not," he shouted over the gale. "You carry Caesar and his fortune." It is a magnificent scene, the man of destiny defying the elements. Did it happen? Most historians doubt it. It reads like propaganda, a way to show that even the ocean bowed to him. But the fact that people believed it tells us everything about how they saw him. A force of nature, inevitable and indestructible. Finally, the wind shifted. Bibulus, worn down by the strain of the blockade and sleeping on the deck of his ship for months, died of illness. A lonely, bitter end for a man who had spent his life in Caesar's shadow. With the admiral dead, the blockade softened. Mark Antony seized the moment. He launched the second wave. The wind, however, played a joke on them, blowing the ships past Caesar's camp and further north. Pompey saw them and raced to intercept. Caesar saw them and raced to protect. It was a foot race along the coast, with the ships drifting offshore. Caesar won. He linked up with Antony. His army was whole again. Now the two titans were face to face. Pompey camped near Dyrrhachium, modern Durrës, a vital supply port. He had the sea, the food, and the numbers. He refused to fight. Pompey knew that time was his best weapon. "Why should I fight?" he told his staff. "Caesar's army is starving. They are unsupplied. Winter will kill them for us." It was a smart strategy, but it underestimated Caesar's engineers. If Pompey wouldn't come out to fight, Caesar decided he would lock him in. He began to build, just as he had done at Alesia. Caesar ordered his men to construct a massive line of fortifications around Pompey's camp. It was insane. Caesar, with the smaller army, was trying to besiege the larger army. The line stretched for nearly 20 miles, towers, ditches, ramparts, and forts, winding through the rocky hills. Pompey, not to be outdone, built his own wall inside Caesar's. It became a bizarre war of the walls. The two armies lived within shouting distance. Pompeian soldiers, well fed on supplies brought in by sea, would throw bread over the walls to mock the starving Caesarians. Caesar's men threw the bread back, along with the hard root loaves they were eating. "We will eat the bark off the trees before we let Pompey escape," they shouted. When Pompey saw the grass bread, he recoiled. "I am fighting wild beasts," he muttered. "But walls cannot hold the sea." Pompey had the advantage of the coastline. He could land troops behind Caesar's lines whenever he wanted. And in July of 48 BCE, he did exactly that. He found a weak point in Caesar's fortifications near the beach. Under the cover of darkness, he launched a massive amphibious assault. The Caesarian troops, surprised and outnumbered, panicked. The line broke. It was a rout. For the first time in the war, Caesar's veterans cracked. They ran. Caesar tried to stop them. He grabbed a standard-bearer who was fleeing, spinning him around. "The enemy is that way," he roared. The soldier, terrified, actually tried to stab Caesar with the sharp end of the standard before running off. Caesar was left standing, almost alone in the chaos. He lost nearly 1,000 men that day. Pompey's army bored through the breach. The war was effectively won. If Pompey had ordered a full-scale pursuit, he could have crushed Caesar's disorganized forces against the hills. But Pompey hesitated. He saw Caesar's camp silent and waiting. He suspected a trap. Caesar does not run, he likely thought. He plots. He ordered his men to halt and regroup. He didn't know that Caesar was helpless, that the camp was undefended. He stopped at the very edge of victory. Caesar, watching from a distance as the dust settled, breathed a sigh of relief that must have shaken his ribs. He turned to his officers, his face gray with the realization of how close they had come to the end. Today, the victory had been the enemy's, he said quietly, had there been anyone among them to gain it. He didn't wait for Pompey to realize his mistake. That night, with the stealth of a thief, Caesar packed up his camp. He abandoned the siege. He abandoned the coast. He marched his tired, beaten, starving army inland into the burning summer heat of Thessaly. He was running. Pompey, buoyed by the victory, finally felt the rush of the predator. The King of Kings was wounded. The Senate conservatives in Pompey's camp were jubilant, already arguing over who would get Caesar's house and who would be the next Pontifex Maximus. They urged Pompey to finish it. "Chase him down," they cried. "Don't let the beast escape." So Pompey marched. He followed Caesar into the golden fields of Thessaly. The chess game of walls was over. The game of blood was about to begin. The winter winds of the Adriatic were forgotten. The heat of the Greek summer lay heavy on the land, and the stage was set for Pharsalus, the battle that the world had been holding its breath for. The dust of Dyrrhachium had barely settled when the race began. Caesar was retreating, but in his mind, he was simply leading Pompey into a trap of geography. He headed east into the golden plains of Thessaly, a land of wide skies and wheat fields, perfect for a decisive battle, if he could survive long enough to fight it. His army was battered. They were tired, hungry, and their morale was cracked. But they were moving. Caesar knew that motion was life. To stop was to die. Pompey followed. He was in no rush. He had won. In his mind, the war was effectively over. He had broken Caesar's invincibility. His camp was a festival of self-congratulation. The senators who traveled with him, men like Domitius Ahenobarbus and Labienus, Caesar's old lieutenant who had defected, were already dividing the spoils. They argued over who would get Caesar's priesthood, whose villa they would confiscate, and how they would prosecute his supporters. They were so busy planning the victory party, they forgot they still had to fight the battle. But Pompey was cautious. He knew Caesar. He knew that a wounded lion is the most dangerous kind. He wanted to starve Caesar out, to let the summer heat and lack of supplies finish what the walls of Dyrrhachium had started. Why risk Roman lives when hunger fights for us, he argued. It was a sensible strategy. But the senators mocked him. They called him Agamemnon and King of Kings, insinuating that he was dragging out the war just to stay in command. They accused him of being afraid. Are we to be led by a general or a nursemaid? They sneered. Pompey, a man who had been hailed as a hero since he was 20, could not stand the mockery. His pride was his weak point. Under the relentless pressure of his own allies, he finally cracked. He agreed to give battle. It was August 9th, 48 BCE. The heat in Thessaly can be brutal, a shimmering haze that distorts the horizon. The two armies camped near the town of Pharsalus, separated by the Enipeus River. The numbers were stark. Pompey had 45,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry. Caesar had 22,000 infantry and barely 1,000 horsemen. He was outnumbered 2-1 on foot and 7-1 on horse. By every metric of war, Caesar was a dead man walking. Pompey's plan was simple and deadly. He would use his massive cavalry advantage. He would anchor his right flank against the river, where it couldn't be turned. Then he would take his 7,000 horsemen, commanded by Labienus, and swing them wide around Caesar's right flank. They would smash Caesar's tiny cavalry force, roll up his line from the side like a carpet, and the battle would be over before lunch. It was a textbook hammer and anvil maneuver. It was the kind of plan they taught in military academies. Caesar saw it coming. He stood on the dusty plain, looking at the dust cloud rising from Pompey's left wing. He knew exactly what Labienus was going to do. He looked at his own tired, outnumbered men. He looked at the sun. Then he did something unconventional. He thinned his infantry lines. He took a single cohort, about 400 men, from the rear of each of his legions. He pulled them out of the line and formed a fourth line, a reserve force that he hid behind his cavalry on the right flank. He gave them very specific instructions. Do not throw your javelins, he told them. Hold them. Use them as spears. Aim for the faces of the enemy riders. He knew that Pompey's cavalry was made up of young, wealthy aristocrats, the dandies of Rome. They would panic if their beautiful faces were threatened. The battle began in the morning. Pompey ordered his infantry to stand still. He wanted Caesar's men to charge the entire distance, tiring themselves out in the heat before they even struck a blow. Caesar's centurions, seasoned professionals, saw the trick. They charged, then stopped halfway to catch their breath. They fixed their lines, took a drink of water, and then charged again. It was a moment of disciplined brilliance that saved their energy. The lines crashed together with a sound like a thunderclap. Shields splintered, swords flashed. The grinding, bloody work of Roman infantry combat began. Then Labienus made his move. The Pompeian cavalry, 7,000 strong, surged forward. They slammed into Caesar's 1,000 horsemen and pushed them back. It was working. The hammer was swinging. Labienus must have tasted victory. But as Caesar's cavalry retreated, they revealed the trap. The fourth line stepped forward. Suddenly, the Pompeian horsemen were facing a wall of spear points held by grim, silent veterans. These men didn't throw their pila. They stabbed with them. They struck at the eyes and mouths of the riders. The young aristocrats, terrified by this savage, unusual tactic, panicked. They pulled their horses up. Chaos rippled through the charge. The fourth line advanced, stabbing, shouting, relentless. The cavalry broke. 7,000 horsemen turned and fled, trampling their own infantry in their haste to escape the face stabbers. The hammer had shattered. Now, Caesar swung his own. He ordered his reserve line to keep moving, swinging around Pompey's exposed left flank. At the same time, he ordered his tired infantry in the center to push. Now, he roared. The Pompeian army, attacked from the front and the side, buckled. They were not cowards, but they were outgeneraled. The panic spread. The line collapsed. Pompey, watching from his command tent, saw his world dissolve. He saw his cavalry flee. He saw his legions crumble. He didn't ride out to rally them. He didn't die sword in hand. He went into his tent. He took off his general's cloak, the paludamentum, and put on the clothes of an ordinary traveler. He mounted a horse and rode out the back gate of the camp. He ran. The man who had been called the Great, the conqueror of the East, the hero of the Republic, fled the field without striking a blow. Caesar's men stormed the Pompeian camp. They found tents set up for a victory feast. Tables were laid with silver plates, bowls of fruit, and wine cooling in buckets. It was a surreal scene. Starving soldiers looting a banquet prepared for their enemies. Caesar walked through the wreckage, looking at the dead bodies of his countrymen piled in the ditch. He did not cheer. He looked at the carnage and spoke a sentence that has haunted history. They would have it so, he said, more in sorrow than in anger. I, Gaius Caesar, after so many great deeds, would have been condemned if I had not sought help from my army. The Battle of Pharsalus was the end of the Republic's army. 15,000 Pompeians were dead. 24,000 surrendered. Caesar lost only 200 men, or so he claimed. He walked among the captives, finding Brutus, the son of his old mistress Servilia, alive. He embraced him. He ordered his men to spare the Romans, to burn the letters of Pompey unread, so he wouldn't have to punish anyone named in them. He was still playing the game of mercy, but the game wasn't over. Pompey was gone. He had fled to the coast, found a ship, and sailed south. Caesar knew he couldn't rest. As long as Pompey lived, the war lived. He packed a small bag, took a small force of cavalry, and began the chase. He followed the ghost of his old friend across the Aegean, island by island, until the trail pointed to one place, Egypt, the land of the pharaohs, the land of old gods and new treacheries. Pompey had gone to seek sanctuary with the boy King Ptolemy. Caesar followed, unaware that he was sailing not toward a battle, but toward a tragedy that would break his heart. The Mediterranean is a blue expanse of indifference. It does not care who rules Rome, nor does it weep for fallen giants. For Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, Pompey the Great, the sea, which had once been the stage of his greatest triumphs against the pirates, was now a lonely road to exile. He fled south, picking up his wife Cornelia and his younger son from Mytilene. The reunion was not joyous. It was a funeral for their hopes. Pompey, once the most powerful man in the world, was now a refugee, sailing with a small squadron of ships, begging for water and supplies at ports that had once thrown parades in his honor. He needed a place to rest, to regroup, to raise a new army. He looked at the map and chose Egypt. It seemed a logical choice. The Ptolemaic dynasty owed Pompey a debt. Years earlier, he had helped restore the current king's father to the throne. Surely, the young King Ptolemy III, now a boy of 13, would welcome his father's benefactor. But Pompey had forgotten that gratitude in politics has a very short shelf life. Egypt was not a stable sanctuary. It was a snake pit. The boy king was fighting a civil war against his own sister, a clever young woman named Cleopatra. The royal court was encamped on the beach at Pelusium, preparing for battle. The real power, however, lay not with the boy, but with his advisers, the eunuch Pothinus, the general Achilles, and the rhetoric teacher Theodotus. When Pompey's ships appeared on the horizon, these three men held a council. They were pragmatic men, unburdened by honor. They debated the Pompey problem. If they welcomed him, Caesar would be their enemy. If they turned him away, Pompey might join Cleopatra, or later return to punish them. Theodotus, the teacher of rhetoric, offered the chilling solution that ended the debate. Dead men don't bite. They decided to buy Caesar's favor with Pompey's blood. On September 28th, 48 BCE, ironically, the day of Pompey's 58th birthday, a small fishing boat rowed out from the Egyptian shore to meet the Roman galley. It was an insultingly small vessel for a man of Pompey's stature. Inside were Achilles and a man named Septimius, a Roman centurion who had once served under Pompey. Pompey recognized him. He turned to his wife and friends, quoting a line from Sophocles: "He who enters a tyrant's door becomes a slave, though he were free when he went in." He kissed Cornelia goodbye and stepped down into the boat. The row to the shore was silent. Pompey tried to start a conversation with Septimius, reading over a speech he had prepared for the king in Greek. "Comrade," he said, "do I not recognize you from the old days?" Septimius merely nodded, keeping his eyes on the bottom of the boat. The silence stretched, heavy and suffocating, until the keel scraped the sand. As Pompey rose to step ashore, Septimius drew his sword. He stabbed his old general in the back. Achilles and the others drew their daggers and joined in. On the deck of the galley, Cornelia screamed. It was a sound of pure, helpless horror that reportedly echoed across the water. She watched as her husband, the conqueror of 3 continents, pulled his toga over his head to hide his face, a final act of Roman dignity, and fell into the surf. The assassins cut off his head. They left his body on the beach, a headless trunk washing in the tide. Later, a loyal freedman gathered driftwood and built a small, pathetic pyre to burn the remains of the man who had built temples and theaters. He who had so many temples, the poet Lucan wrote, now has not even a grave. 4 days later, Caesar arrived. He sailed into the harbor of Alexandria with a small force, barely 4,000 men. He was chasing a war, but he found a funeral. The Egyptian court rode out to meet him, eager to present their gift. Theodotus, the rhetoric teacher, likely smiling with the oily confidence of a man who thinks he has solved a problem, presented Caesar with a basket. He pulled back the cloth. Inside lay the head of Pompey, pickled in brine to preserve it. Beside it was his signet ring, carved with a lion holding a sword. The Egyptians expected Caesar to smile. They expected a reward. They did not understand Romans. Caesar did not smile. He recoiled in horror. He turned his face away, refusing to look at the grisly trophy. According to Plutarch, he burst into tears. This was not the relief of a victor. It was the grief of a man watching the death of an era. Pompey had been his enemy, yes, but he had also been his friend, his son-in-law, and his equal. To see him butchered by foreign treacherous servants was an insult to the dignity of Rome itself. This is not how we end, he might have thought. Caesar took the signet ring, grasping it tightly, and dismissed the Egyptians with cold fury. He ordered the head to be given a proper burial. He landed in Alexandria, but the mood was poisonous. The Egyptians were confused and angry. They had killed his enemy. Why was he not happy? The Roman lictors marching in front of Caesar, carrying the fasces, the symbols of authority, offended the Alexandrian mob. "Who is this Roman acting like a king in our city?" they shouted. Riots broke out. Roman soldiers were killed in the streets. Caesar realized quickly that he had walked into a trap. The Etesian winds were blowing from the north, trapping his ships in the harbor. He was stuck in a hostile city, vastly outnumbered by the Egyptian army, with a civil war raging around him. He took up residence in the royal palace complex, a sprawling district of marble halls and gardens. He was effectively a prisoner in a gilded cage. But Caesar, being Caesar, decided to act as if he were the master of the house. He demanded that the vast debts the previous king owed to Rome be paid immediately. He announced that he, as the representative of the Roman people, would arbitrate the dispute between Ptolemy and Cleopatra. He ordered both of them to disband their armies and come to him. It was an act of breathtaking arrogance. He was a guest telling the hosts how to run their country while owing them money. Pothinus, the eunuch regent for the young king, began to squeeze the supply lines. The bread ran short. The water was threatened. The Egyptian army, 20,000 strong, began to surround the palace. Caesar needed allies, but he was alone. Ptolemy was a puppet of his enemies. Cleopatra was in exile, camped in the desert with her own army, blocked from the city by her brother's forces. She needed a way to get to Caesar. If she could reach him, she might be able to sway the Roman arbiter to her side. But how? The palace was guarded. The harbor was watched. One evening, as the sun set over the Pharos lighthouse, casting long shadows across the harbor, a small merchant boat slipped into the docks near the palace. A single servant carried a rug, or perhaps a laundry sack, over his shoulder. He walked past the guards, claiming he was delivering a gift for the Roman general. He was ushered into Caesar's private quarters. The servant placed the bundle on the floor and unrolled it. Out stepped Cleopatra. She was 21 years old. Caesar was 52. History has painted her as a breathtaking beauty, a seductress who used her body to ensnare men. The coins from her reign show a woman with a strong nose and a determined chin. Handsome, perhaps, but not a goddess. But beauty is boring. Cleopatra was fascinating. She spoke 7 languages. She was the first of her dynasty to bother learning Egyptian. She was charming, witty, intelligent, and dangerous. She was, in many ways, the female version of Caesar. Ambitious, ruthless, and brilliant. When she stepped out of that rug, disheveled but regal, looking up at the aging Roman general, the spark was instantaneous. It wasn't just lust, though that was certainly there. It was a meeting of minds. Caesar saw a woman who could secure Egypt for him. Cleopatra saw a man who could give her back her throne. They talked through the night. By the time the sun rose over the Nile, the arbitration was over. Caesar had chosen his side. And when young Ptolemy XIII stormed into the room the next morning to find his exiled sister sitting comfortably on Caesar's couch, he knew he had lost. He tore his diadem from his head, threw it on the floor, and ran out, screaming, "Betrayal!" The screams signaled the start of the Alexandrian War. The doors of the palace were barred. The siege began. Caesar, the master of the world, was now trapped in a few city blocks with a teenage queen, a small band of loyal soldiers, and the ghost of Pompey hovering over the harbor. The holiday was over. The nightmare in the palace had begun. The morning sun over Alexandria revealed a city on the edge of a knife. Inside the palace, the air was thick with a strange, intoxicating blend of perfume and panic. Caesar, now 52, found himself in a situation that would have broken a lesser man, yet he seemed to thrive in it. He was trapped in a foreign capital, surrounded by 20,000 hostile soldiers, with his only ally being a 21-year-old queen he had met the night before. But what an ally! Cleopatra was not merely a lover, she was a revelation. To Caesar, who had spent his life among Roman women, bound by strict tradition and silence, Cleopatra was a shock of color. She was a living goddess, the incarnation of Isis, who discussed naval strategy and Greek philosophy with the same intensity she applied to her eyeliner. Historians have long argued whether Caesar was truly in love or simply enchanted by her power. The truth, as usual, is likely a mix of both. In her, he found an equal, a mind as sharp and hungry as his own. But the honeymoon was taking place in a fortress under siege. Outside the palace walls, the city was screaming. The young King Ptolemy III, humiliated by his sister's return, had rallied the mob. His general, Achilles, marched the Egyptian army into the city streets. These were not ragtag militia. Many were former Roman soldiers, Gabiniani, who had stayed in Egypt years ago and gone native. They knew Roman tactics. They knew how to kill Romans. They set up barricades, turning the avenues of Alexandria into a labyrinth of kill zones. Inside the palace, the tension was suffocating. Caesar was playing a dangerous game of chess with the boy king's regents. Pothinus, the eunuch who had orchestrated Pompey's murder, was still in the palace, ostensibly a guest, but effectively a hostage. He was a master of whispers, sending secret messages to the army outside, urging them to attack, to cut the aqueducts, to starve the Romans out. Caesar, whose network of spies was legendary, caught wind of the treachery. He is said to have discovered the plot through his barber, a man whose ears were always open while his razor was at work. Caesar didn't hesitate. He ordered Pothinus executed. The eunuch who had brought down Pompey the Great was dispatched with a quick sword stroke, ending his career of intrigue. It was a clear message to the Egyptian court. The Roman guest had stopped being polite. The war then exploded in earnest. Achilles launched a massive assault on the harbor. His goal was to capture the Roman ships anchored there and, more importantly, to seize the 72 Egyptian warships docked in the naval yards. If he got those ships, he could blockade Caesar completely, cutting off any hope of reinforcements or food. Caesar looked at the odds. He had a handful of cohorts against an army. He couldn't hold the docks and the palace. He made a ruthless calculation. If he couldn't have the ships, no one could. He ordered torches. Roman soldiers raced down to the docks, fighting their way through the warehouses. They threw firebrands onto the decks of the Egyptian fleet. The dry timber, soaked in pitch and tar, caught instantly. The fire roared to life, a wall of orange flame consuming the pride of the Ptolemaic navy. But fire is hard to control, especially in a city built of wood and papyrus. The wind picked up, the flames jumped from the ships to the docks, and from the docks to the warehouses lining the harbor. Here we reach one of the most tragic and debated moments in human history. The fire spread to the royal quarter, to the buildings that housed the great library of Alexandria. The mother of books, the repository of the ancient world's knowledge, was threatened. Did Caesar burn down the great library? The answer is a frustrating yes and no. He certainly didn't intend to. And it's unlikely the entire library was destroyed that night. It probably survived in some form for centuries longer. But thousands of scrolls, plays by Sophocles, star charts by Hipparchus, histories of lost civilizations turned to ash in the heat. It is a haunting image. Caesar, the man of letters, the writer of elegant prose, standing on the palace balcony, watching the smoke of human knowledge drift over the harbor, knowing he had lit the match to save his own skin. It underscores the brutal reality of his character. When survival was at stake, everything else, art, history, sanctity, was secondary. The fire bought him time, but it didn't buy him safety. The Egyptians, enraged by the destruction, doubled their efforts. They built dams to pump seawater into the canals that supplied the palace with drinking water. The Roman soldiers, thirsty and panicked, began to complain. "We are drinking salt," they cried. "Caesar has led us to a desert in the middle of a sea." Caesar, calm as ever, told them to stop whining and start digging. He ordered wells to be dug right there in the palace courtyards. His engineers struck fresh water within hours. The panic subsided. The soldiers drank, looked at their general, and remembered why they followed him. He could make water flow from sand. But the siege was not just about water. It was about the lighthouse. The Pharaohs of Alexandria was one of the 7 wonders of the world, a towering structure of limestone over 300 feet high, topped with a massive mirror that reflected a beam of light visible for miles at sea. Whoever controlled the pharaohs controlled the harbor entrance. Caesar knew he needed it to guide his relief ships in. He launched a daring amphibious assault to capture the island on which it stood. It was a chaotic, bloody fight on the causeway, the heptastadion that connected the island to the mainland. Roman legionaries fought shield to shield against Egyptians on a narrow strip of stone, with the sea churning on both sides. In the confusion, the Egyptians counterattacked. The Romans broke. Caesar was caught in the crush. He was shoved toward the edge of the dock. Soldiers were jumping into the water to escape the arrows. Caesar's own boat was sinking, overloaded with panic-stricken men. He did the only thing he could. He jumped. The ruler of the Roman world, the 52-year-old dictator, plunged into the harbor. He was wearing his general's cloak, the heavy purple paludamentum. It dragged him down. He shrugged it off, letting the symbol of his rank sink into the murk. He began to swim. Legend says he swam with one hand, holding a bundle of important papers, his commentaries, above the water in his left hand to keep them dry, while dragging his cloak in his teeth. Though other sources say he lost the cloak to the Egyptians, who displayed it as a trophy. For 200 yards, he swam through a hail of arrows and javelins, dodging death with every stroke, until he was pulled aboard a friendly skiff. He sat there, dripping wet, gasping for air, watching the Egyptians cheer on the causeway. He had lost the battle. He had lost his cloak. He had nearly lost his life. But he still had the papers, and he still had his head. He returned to the palace, not defeated, but energized. The near-death experience seemed to sharpen his focus. He realized that this was not a police action. It was a war for survival, and inside the palace, Cleopatra was waiting. She didn't see a drowned rat. She saw a hero who had fought the sea and won. The bond between them tightened. In the midst of the hunger and the fear, something new was growing. a child. The Queen of the Nile was pregnant, and the stakes had just become dynastic. The rug had been unrolled. The introduction had been made. Now the bill was coming due. Caesar and Cleopatra were trapped in the palace, bound together by the desperate intimacy of the siege. Outside, the Alexandrian mob bayed for blood, but inside the marble walls, a different kind of empire was being built. It is easy, looking back through the lens of Hollywood and Shakespeare, to see this merely as a romance, the aging conqueror and the exotic temptress losing themselves in luxury while the world burned. But that is a painting, not a history. The reality was far colder, sharper, and more dangerous. Their alliance was forged in the fire of survival. Cleopatra needed a sword to reclaim her throne. Caesar needed the wealth of Egypt to pay his legions. They were two sharks circling in a tank, recognizing in each other the same predatory grace. If love grew between them, and by all accounts, a fierce intellectual passion did, it grew like a flower in the cracks of a fortress wall, unexpected, resilient, and surrounded by stone. But passion does not stop arrows. The situation in Alexandria remained critical. Caesar was outnumbered, his water supply was precarious, and his men were weary. He needed a miracle, and because he was Caesar, he had prepared one. Weeks earlier, before the blockade had tightened, he had sent messengers into the east, to Syria, to Cilicia, to Judea, calling for help. He called in his chips, and the east answered. Mithridates of Pergamon, a loyal ally and a soldier of fortune, had raised a relief army. It was a motley force, a strange cocktail of mercenaries, Bedouins, and, crucially, 3,000 Jewish soldiers commanded by Antipater, the father of the future King Herod the Great. It is a fascinating historical footnote. The man who would one day try to kill the infant, Jesus, saved the life of Julius Caesar. This relief army smashed through the Egyptian border defenses at Pelusium and began to march across the delta toward Alexandria. When news reached the city that a relief army was coming, the chessboard tilted. The young King Ptolemy XIII, realizing he was about to be crushed between the hammer of Mithridates and the anvil of Caesar, moved his army out of the city to intercept the newcomers. Caesar saw his chance. He loaded his troops onto his remaining ships, slipped out of the harbor under the cover of night, and sailed down the coast to link up with Mithridates. The armies met on the banks of the Nile. It was not a battle of neat lines and maneuvers. It was a brawl in the mud. The Egyptian army, though numerous, was brittle. They were led by courtiers and advisors, while Caesar's force was a machine of veteran killers who had fought from the snows of Gaul to the sands of Spain. The Romans stormed the Egyptian camp. The fighting was vicious. The young King Ptolemy, barely 14 years old, tried to flee. He scrambled onto a boat to escape across the river, but the vessel was swamped by panic-stricken refugees. It capsized. The next day, Roman soldiers found a body in the reeds. It was clad in golden armor that glittered in the sun. It was the boy king. He had drowned, weighed down by the gold he thought would protect him. Caesar looked at the corpse of the boy who had tried to be a pharaoh. He felt no triumph, only a weary finality. He ordered the golden armor stripped and sent back to Alexandria as proof. The war was over. Caesar returned to the city, not as a guest, but as a master. The Alexandrians, seeing the golden armor of their dead king, threw down their weapons and begged for mercy. Caesar, true to his form, granted it. He did not sack the city. He did not execute the leaders of the mob. Instead, he staged a political theater. He summoned the terrified court and announced the new settlement. Cleopatra would be queen, but adhering to Egyptian tradition, which demanded a male co-ruler, she would marry her even younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, a child of 12, who was effectively a prop. It was a total victory. Caesar had secured the wealthiest country in the world. He had the grain to feed Rome and the gold to pay his debts. A prudent Roman general would have declared mission accomplished, packed his bags, and raced back to Italy to deal with the remnants of Pompey's supporters who were gathering in Africa. Caesar stayed. He stayed for months. Why? Historians have torn their hair out over this delay for 2,000 years. Was he bewitched? Was he exhausted? Was he waiting for the winds to change? Or was he simply a man who, after 10 years of constant war, sleeping in tents and eating hardtack, felt he deserved a vacation? He embarked on a cruise. But this was no ordinary holiday. It was a projection of power. He and Cleopatra sailed up the Nile, deep into the south, toward the mysterious lands of Ethiopia. They traveled on a thalamagos, a massive floating palace, a barge so large it had colonnaded halls, gardens, and shrines on its deck. It was towed by hundreds of oarsmen. Behind them followed a fleet of 400 ships carrying Roman soldiers. It was a spectacle designed to show the Egyptian people that their queen was backed by the iron fist of Rome. Imagine the scene: Caesar, the man of the austere republic, reclining on silken cushions under a canopy of purple, watching the pyramids drift by. Beside him, Cleopatra, the living Isis, explaining the ancient mysteries of her land. The air smelled of lotus flowers and river mud. For the first time in his life, Caesar was not running. He was drifting. He visited the ancient temples, stared into the stone eyes of the Sphinx, and perhaps wondered about the fleeting nature of empires. The Egyptians worshipped him as a god. Cleopatra treated him as a lover. It must have been intoxicating, but it was also a scandal. In Rome, the rumors were vicious. "The old man has gone soft," they whispered. "He is bewitched by the sorceress." His own soldiers began to grumble. They were rich with loot, yes, but they were Romans. They didn't like being tourists in a land they considered effeminate. They missed the wine of Italy. They missed their families. They wondered if their general had forgotten who he was. But Caesar had not forgotten. He was simply taking a breath, and he was leaving something behind. Cleopatra was pregnant. When the child was born, a son, she would name him Ptolemy Caesar. The Alexandrians, with their sharp wit, would call him Caesarion, Little Caesar. He was the only known biological son of Julius Caesar. The boy represented a terrifying possibility. A union of East and West, a dynasty that could rule the world not from Rome, but from Alexandria. The vacation had to end. News arrived from the north. The son of Mithridates the Great, a different Mithridates, an old enemy of Rome, was causing trouble in Turkey. The remnants of the Pompeian faction were raising a massive army in Africa. Rome was sliding into anarchy under Antony's mismanagement. The dream of the Nile was over. The reality of the Imperium was calling. Caesar said goodbye to Cleopatra. It was not a permanent farewell. He promised to send for her. He left 3 legions in Egypt, ostensibly to protect her, but also to ensure she remained loyal. It was a garrison, but it was also a leash. Then he shook off the lethargy of the Lotus Eater. He boarded his ship. The vacation was done. The Queen of the Nile stood on the dock, holding her belly, watching the Roman sails disappear over the horizon. Caesar was back on the board, and he was late. He had to make up for lost time. And when Caesar decided to move fast, the world usually blurred. The ships cut through the blue Mediterranean, leaving the silken dreams of the Nile in their wake. Caesar stood on the deck, the scent of lotus and perfume slowly replaced by the salt of the open sea and the smell of old, well-worn leather. The vacation was over. History, which had politely held its breath while he drifted on the barge with Cleopatra, was now exhaling with the force of a hurricane. As the coast of Egypt dipped below the horizon, the weight of the world settled back onto his shoulders. He was leaving behind a lover and a son, but he was sailing straight into a storm of his own making. While he had been gazing at pyramids, the Roman world had been unraveling. He landed first in Syria, at the port of Acre. The reception was not the adulation of a god, but the frantic, sweaty desperation of governors and tax collectors who had been trying to hold the empire together with duct tape and prayers. The news they brought him was catastrophic. The Roman Republic was not just leaderless, it was rudderless, spinning in circles, piloted by madmen and opportunists. First, there was the news from Rome. He had left Mark Antony in charge. Antony, the brave soldier, the loyal friend, the man who could drink a legion under the table. But Antony was not an administrator. He was a frat boy with an army. Reports reached Caesar that Antony was ruling Rome like a conqueror in a conquered city. He was parading around with an actress named Cytheris, a woman of low status, in an open litter, a scandalous breach of decorum. He was buying up the property of dead Pompeians at auction, and then failing to pay for it. The most damaging story, one that historians still debate, but which stuck to Antony like tar, was that he had vomited in the forum in front of the assembled people, hungover from a wedding party the night before, filling the lap of his toga with bile while the citizens watched in horror. It was a perfect metaphor for his government, messy, indulgent, and shameful. The city was rioting, debts were unpaid, the mob was angry, Rome was screaming for its father to come home, but Caesar could not go home. Not yet. There was a fire in the east that had to be put out first. While Caesar had been besieged in Alexandria, a new enemy had risen in the vacuum of power. Pharnaces II, the son of Rome's old arch-nemesis Mithridates the Great, had decided that the Roman civil war was the perfect time to reclaim his father's empire. Pharnaces was not a subtle man. He swept out of the Crimea and into the Roman province of Pontus, modern-day Turkey. He didn't just conquer, he brutalized. He seized the Roman tax collectors and businessmen, the publicani, and subjected them to unspeakable tortures. He is said to have castrated the Roman youths he captured, a deliberate, visceral insult to Roman manhood. He sacked temples and burned cities. Caesar's subordinate, Domitius Calvinus, had tried to stop him. It went poorly. Calvinus had only 1 legion of raw recruits and 2 legions of local allies who had been trained in the Roman style, but lacked the Roman spirit. At the Battle of Nicopolis, Pharnaces crushed them. It was a humiliation. The Roman eagle was trampled in the mud of Anatolia. Pharnaces, drunk on victory, began to boast that he was luckier than his father. He taunted Caesar. He sent messages claiming that he was the friend of Rome, while his soldiers were still wiping Roman blood off their swords. Caesar read the reports in his tent in Syria. His face, usually so mobile and expressive, went still. This was not the political chess of the Senate. This was an insult. It was a stain on the majestas, the majesty of the Roman people. And Caesar took the majesty of Rome very personally. He reorganized the province of Syria with terrifying speed, settling disputes, appointing governors, and gathering cash. Then he marched north. His army was a shadow of the force that had conquered Gaul. He had the 6th Legion with him, but it was a wreck. These men had been campaigning for years. They were sick, decimated by the fighting in Alexandria, and exhausted by the march. There were barely 1,000 of them left, less than a fifth of their full strength. He bolstered them with the survivors of Calvinus's defeated army and a few local levies. It was a scrap-heap army, a ragtag collection of tired veterans and frightened recruits. But they had Caesar, and Caesar was angry. The march through Turkey was blistering. He moved so fast that his own supply wagons struggled to keep up. He ignored the polite embassies Pharnaces sent to stall him. When Pharnaces sent envoys offering Caesar a golden crown and asking for a peace treaty, Caesar refused to even look at the gifts. He pointed to the castrated boys, the burned temples, the tortured prisoners. "You ask for peace?" he reportedly said. "Peace is not a gift you ask for. It is a condition you earn. And you have earned nothing but the sword." He pushed on, driving his men through the heat of the Anatolian summer. They grumbled, of course. Soldiers always grumble. They called him the Bald One and the Old Man, complaining that he would march them off the edge of the flat earth. But they walked. They walked because they saw him walking with them, eating the same dust, drinking the same sour wine. They walked because they knew that at the end of the road there would be loot and there would be victory. As they neared the town of Zela, the site where Mithridates had once won a great victory against Rome decades earlier, the air grew heavy. Pharnaces was camped on a high hill, a strong defensive position. He was confident. He had beaten a Roman army before. He would do it again. He looked down at Caesar's small, dusty column and saw an opportunity. He didn't wait to be attacked. In a move of surprising aggression, Pharnaces decided to charge down the hill. Caesar was busy entrenching his camp on the opposite ridge. He was in his tunic, supervising the digging, when the cry went up. "They are coming." It seemed impossible. No general in his right mind abandoned the high ground to charge across a valley and up a steep slope against entrenched Romans. It was tactical suicide. Caesar, at first, thought it was a feint. He watched the massive Pontic army, chariots, archers, heavy infantry, pouring down the slope like a landslide. Then he realized Pharnaces wasn't feinting. He was arrogant. He thought the Romans were so terrified they would break at the first sight of the charge. "Arms!" Caesar roared. The shovel was dropped. The shield was snatched up. The call of the cornicines, the horn blowers, shattered the afternoon air. The Romans, seasoned professionals, transitioned from construction workers to battle lines in minutes. But the enemy was fast. The scythe chariots of Pharnaces, wheels fitted with spinning blades, came thundering up the hill. The battle was joined before the Romans were even fully formed. It was a chaotic, breathless collision. The Romans were fighting uphill, gasping for air, their sandals slipping on the dry grass. The chariots cut into their lines. For a moment, the sheer weight of the Pontic attack pushed the 6th Legion back. The line wavered. Caesar jumped into the fray, not as a commander, but as a soldier. shouting, shoving, stabilizing the line with his sheer presence. The veterans of the Sixth, shamed by their momentary weakness and emboldened by their general, dug their heels in. They stopped the chariots with a wall of pila. Then they drew their short swords, the gladi, and began to hack their way forward. The Battle of Zela was not a masterpiece of maneuver. It was a street fight on a hillside, but the discipline of the legions, even tired and outnumbered, was the deciding factor. Once the momentum of the charge was spent, Farnes's men were trapped, fighting uphill against the Roman meat grinder. They broke. The retreat turned into a massacre. Farnes fled, scrambling down the hill he had so confidently charged up, leaving his army to die in the ravine. Caesar stood on the bloody hillside, wiping the sweat and dust from his eyes. The battle had lasted perhaps 4 hours. In that short time, he had destroyed the threat in the east, avenged the humiliation of Rome, and crushed the son of Mithridates. It was efficiency incarnate. He sat down in his tent that very evening to write a letter to a friend in Rome, Amantius. He wanted to convey the speed of the campaign, the sheer swiftness of the justice he had dispensed. He thought for a moment, listening to the groans of the wounded and the cheering of the looters. Then he dipped his pen and wrote 3 Latin words. Simple, perfunctory, immortal. Veni, vidi, vici. I came. I saw. I conquered. He didn't know it then, but he had just written the most famous soundbite in military history. But as he sealed the letter, his mind was already leaving Zela. The east was quiet. The fire was out. But across the sea, the sky over Rome was black with smoke. And in Africa, the ghosts of the Republic were gathering for one last desperate stand. The lightning had struck, but the thunder was still rolling. The lightning of Zela had struck, but the thunder was still rolling in the south. Caesar returned to Rome in the autumn of 47 BCE, but he found no rest. The city was a mess of riots and bad debt, and worse, his own legions were in revolt. The 10th Legion, his favorites, the men who had jumped into the British surf and held the line at Pharsalus, were tired. They were camped outside Rome in the Campus Martius, demanding their discharge and their bonuses. They were threatening to burn the city if they didn't get paid. It was the most dangerous moment of Susa's career. A general without an army is just a man in a toga, and usually a dead one. Caesar rode out to meet them. He stood alone on a wooden platform, looking out at thousands of angry, scarred killers who were screaming for his blood. He raised a hand. Silence fell. The habit of obedience is hard to break. He asked them what they wanted. Discharge, they roared. Money. Caesar nodded. You shall have it, he said calmly. I will pay you everything I owe you when I return from Africa with my other soldiers. Then he delivered the single most devastating word in military history. He addressed them not as milites, soldiers, or commilitones, comrades, but as Quirites, citizens. It was a slap in the face. With one word, he fired them. He was telling them they were no longer his warriors. They were just civilians in a field. The shock was absolute. The 10th Legion, hardened veterans who feared nothing, burst into tears. They begged him to take the word back. They begged to be decimated, to have every 10th man executed, rather than be discharged. Caesar let them beg for a while, then graciously allowed them to re-enlist. He had broken the mutiny with a noun. With his army back in hand, he sailed for Africa, modern Tunisia. This was the final stronghold of the Republic. The surviving Pompeians had gathered there, Scipio, Labienus, Afranius, along with King Juba of Numidia, who brought with him a terrifying weapon, 60 war elephants. The campaign was a nightmare of dust, thirst, and indecision. Caesar was outnumbered again. For months, he played a game of cat and mouse in the desert, his men often without tents, sleeping under the stars, eating a strange local root that tasted like wood. He was waiting for the right moment, the right ground. It came at Thapsus in April of 46 BCE. Scipio, a man whose family name was legendary, but whose tactical skills were mediocre, allowed himself to be trapped on a narrow strip of land between the sea and a lagoon. Caesar saw the mistake. He ordered the attack. The battle is famous for the elephants. King Juba's beasts were deployed on the wings, towering grey monsters designed to crush morale. But Caesar's men had trained for this. The 5th Legion, specifically, had requested to fight the elephants. They used axes to chop at the beasts' legs and trunks. The elephants, maddened by pain, turned around and trampled their own lines. The Pompeian army collapsed into chaos. Then the darkness descended. Caesar's soldiers, exhausted by years of civil war and enraged by the stubborn resistance of the enemy, snapped. They stopped taking prisoners. Caesar rode among them, shouting, "Pass, Givibers! Spare the citizens." But for the first time, they ignored him. It was a slaughter. 10,000 Pompeians were butchered on the beach. Scipio fled by ship, but committed suicide when intercepted, stabbing himself and jumping into the sea with the famous last words, "Imperator sebene habet." The general is just fine. It was a grim, sarcastic end to a mediocre life, but the true end of the Republic did not happen on the blood-soaked sands of Thapsus. It happened a few days later in the walled city of Utica, in the quiet study of a philosopher. Cato the Younger was in command of the garrison there. When news of the defeat arrived, he didn't panic. He didn't flee. He organized the evacuation of the senators who wanted to leave. He paid the ship's captains. He reassured the frightened people. He was the eye of the storm. On his final night, Cato hosted a dinner party. He bathed, he ate, he drank wine. He discussed philosophy with his friends, debating the Stoic paradox that only the good man is free and all wicked men are slaves. He was calm, even cheerful. He retired to his room and began to read Plato's Phaedo, a dialogue about the immortality of the soul. He read it twice. He heard the birds singing outside, signaling the dawn. He checked to make sure his son and friends had safely departed the harbor. Then, realizing his sword had been removed by his worried son, he demanded it back. "Am I a madman or a slave?" he shouted, "that I am disarmed in my own house?" When the sword was returned, he nodded. "Now," he whispered, "I am my own master." He stabbed himself in the stomach, but the blow was clumsy. His hand was injured from punching a servant earlier in a fit of frustration, and he didn't die immediately. He fell off the bed, knocking over an abacus. His son and the physician rushed in. They found him bleeding, intestines spilling out. The physician, desperate to save him, tried to push the bowels back in and stitch the wound. Cato, waking from his swoon and realizing they were trying to save him, trying to force him to live in a world ruled by Caesar, pushed the doctor away. In a moment of horrific resolve, he tore the stitches open with his own hands and ripped out his own guts. He died not from the blade, but from his refusal to submit. When Caesar arrived in Utica and heard the news, he did not celebrate. He was furious. Not because Cato was dead, but because Cato had stolen the victory. By committing suicide, Cato had denied Caesar the chance to pardon him. He had refused to be a prop in Caesar's theater of mercy. Cato, Caesar is said to have murmured, standing outside the house, I grudge you your death, as you would have grudged me the preservation of your life. It was a profound insight. Cato's death became a symbol. He became the martyr of the Republic, the man who chose death over tyranny. Caesar had conquered the world, but Cato had conquered Caesar's narrative. The war in Africa was over. The elephants were dead or captured. The king was dead. The general was dead. The philosopher was dead. Caesar was now the undisputed master of the Roman world. He packed his things. The sand of Africa was soaked with Roman blood, and the wind blowing north carried the smell of victory. But it was a victory that tasted of ash. He turned his face toward Rome. The fighting was done. Now came the hard part, ruling. Rome in the autumn of 46 BCE was a city drunk on glory. The war was technically over. The peace was won. And now it was time to party. But this was not just a celebration. It was an avalanche of gold and spectacle designed to bury the memory of the Republic under the weight of sheer awe. Caesar did not celebrate one triumph. That would be ordinary. He celebrated four separate processions held on 4 different days within a single month, marking his victories over the Gauls, the Egyptians, the Pontics, and the Africans. It was a quadruple hammer blow to the collective psyche of the city, a statement that said, "The world is mine." The first triumph was for Gaul. It was the most somber and the most magnificent. The sun glinted off the spoils, wagons piled high with Gallic torques, shields, and captured standards. But the crowd fell silent as the prisoners marched by. At the front, dragging his chains in the dust, was Vercingetorix. The king of the Arverni had spent 6 years in a Roman dungeon, waiting for this moment. He was pale, gaunt, a ghost of the warrior who had united a nation. He was led to the foot of the Capitoline Hill, and while Caesar ascended to the temple of Jupiter to offer incense, Vercingetorix was led away to the Tullianum prison. There, in the dark damp, an executioner strangled him. It was the cold, ritualistic end of the Gallic Wars. The crowd cheered, but there were those who shivered. They remembered that Vercingetorix had fought for freedom, a word that was becoming dangerous to whisper in Rome. The second triumph was for Egypt. This was the exotic show. The floats featured paintings of the Nile, the Sphinx, and the burning of the Alexandrian fleet. There were strange beasts the Romans had never seen before. Some sources say this was the first time a giraffe was paraded in Rome, a camel leopard that baffled and delighted the mob. But the centerpiece was human. Arsinoe IV, the younger sister of Cleopatra, walked in chains. She was a princess, barely a woman, and her misery was so palpable, her youth so striking, that the crowd did not jeer. They wept. A murmur of sympathy ran through the stands. Romans liked to see enemy kings humiliated, but they had a soft spot for tragic princesses. Caesar, sensing the mood, decided not to execute her. He banished her to a temple in Ephesus instead. It was a rare moment where the mob overruled the dictator. The third triumph was for Pontus, the lightning war against Pharnaces. This one was all about speed. Instead of complex floats depicting battles, Caesar displayed a single, massive placard with 3 words painted in bold letters: Veni, Vidi, Vici. The crowd roared with laughter and applause. It was the ultimate boast, a piece of political marketing that reduced a bloody campaign to a punchline. The fourth triumph, for Africa, was the most awkward. Caesar could not celebrate a victory over fellow Romans. He could not display the heads of Cato or Scipio. That would have caused a riot. So he pretended the war had been entirely against King Juba. The floats depicted the Numidian king and his elephants. But in a moment of poor judgment, one painting showed the Roman general Petreius stabbing himself to death. The crowd groaned. It was too close to home. It reminded them that this glory was bought with Roman blood. During one of these processions, a famous incident occurred that sent a ripple of superstitious dread through the city. Caesar was riding in his chariot, dressed in the gold-embroidered toga of a triumphator, his face painted red to resemble Jupiter. Suddenly, the axle of the chariot snapped. Caesar was nearly thrown to the ground, the procession ground to a halt. In the ancient world, this was a catastrophe, a direct omen from the gods that they were displeased. Caesar, however, refused to let the gods ruin his schedule. He recited a spell, or perhaps a curse, and continued the procession. But to atone for the bad luck, he famously climbed the stairs of the Temple of Jupiter on his knees, humiliating himself before the divine to save his standing with the public. But the real spectacle wasn't just in the parades, it was in the streets. Caesar staged a feast that broke the laws of physics. He set up 22,000 tables in the streets of Rome. He fed the entire city. He gave every citizen a handout of grain, oil, and 400 sesterces, about 4 months' wages. He flowed wine like water. For a few days, the poor of Rome ate like kings. The smell of roasting meat hung over the 7 hills like a fog. And then there were the soldiers. It was tradition that during a triumph, soldiers were allowed to sing rude songs about their general to ward off the evil eye and keep him humble. Caesar's men, drunk and happy, did not hold back. They marched behind his chariot singing, "Romans, lock up your wives. We bring the bold adulterer home." They sang about his affair with Nicomedes of Bithynia, calling him the Queen of Bithynia. Caesar smiled through it all, waving to the crowd, enduring the insults with the thick skin of a politician who knows that mockery is the price of absolute power. Yet, amidst the laughter and the gold, there was a feeling of too much. The scale of the celebration was monstrous. Caesar dedicated a new temple to Venus Genetrix, Venus the Mother, his divine ancestor. He opened a new forum, the Forum Julium, built with the spoils of Gaul. He staged a naval battle in a man-made lake dug in the Campus Martius, where thousands of prisoners fought and died for entertainment. It was glorious, but it was also terrifying. The Republic had been a place of shared power, of austerity. This was the pomp of a king. One evening, after the crowds had dispersed and the wine had soured in the bellies of the sleepers, Caesar returned home. The historian Suetonius tells us of a final, surreal image from these celebrations. Caesar walked home flanked by 40 elephants, carrying torches in their trunks, lighting his way through the dark streets. Imagine the scene, the flickering light of the elephant-held lamps casting long dancing shadows against the brickwork, the heavy tread of the beasts, and the small bald man walking between them. It was a fantasy come to life. Rome had never seen anything like it, and that was the problem. You can awe people with elephants and gold, but you cannot make them forget that they used to be free. The lights were bright, but the shadows were getting longer. The triumph was over. The hangover was about to begin. The elephants had been returned to their stables, the torches extinguished, and the wine stains scrubbed from the stones of the forum. The party was over. Now Julius Caesar sat at a desk. To the romantic mind, the image of Caesar is always on horseback, sword raised, cloak billowing in the wind of battle. But the true Caesar, the one who terrified the aristocracy more than the conqueror, was the man with the stylus. He was a workaholic of terrifying proportions. Having conquered the world, he now intended to reorganize it. Rome was a mess. It was a city governed by laws written for a small farming village, now groaning under the weight of a Mediterranean empire. The streets were filthy, the courts were corrupt, and time itself was broken. Let us start with time. The Roman calendar was a disaster. It was based on the lunar cycle, which is shorter than the solar year. To keep the seasons in sync, the high priests were supposed to insert a leap month every few years, but during the chaos of the civil wars, the priests, who were also politicians, had neglected this duty, or used it for political gain to extend the terms of their allies. By 46 BCE, the calendar was 3 months ahead of the sun. The harvest festivals were being celebrated before the crops were ripe. Winter began in autumn. The rhythm of the natural world had detached from the rhythm of the state. Caesar, who had spent time in Egypt discussing astronomy with the scholars of Alexandria, and perhaps looking at the stars with Cleopatra, decided to fix it. He summoned the astronomer Sosigenes. Together, they did the math. They calculated the solar year at 365 and a quarter days. To realign the calendar, Caesar ordered that the current year, 46 BCE, would be extended. He added 2 extra months between November and December, and another intercalary month earlier in the year. The result was a monstrosity of a year, 445 days long. Historians call it the Annus Confusionis, the year of confusion. Imagine the disorientation. Landlords didn't know when to collect rent. Farmers didn't know when to plant. The citizens of Rome joked that they were living in a year that would never end. Cicero, the great orator and Caesar's frenemy, couldn't resist a dig. When someone mentioned that the constellation Lyra would rise the next morning, Cicero snapped, "Yes, by decree." It was a sharp observation. Caesar was now dictating the movement of the stars. But when the year finally ended, the new system, the Julian calendar, clicked into place. It gave us the 365-day year and the leap year. It is essentially the same calendar hanging on your wall today, with only a minor adjustment made by Pope Gregory XIII centuries later. Caesar had conquered time, but he didn't stop there. He turned his gaze to the Senate. For centuries, the Senate had been an exclusive club of about 600 wealthy Roman aristocrats. It was the fortress of the old families. Caesar decided to renovate the fortress by flooding it. He increased the number of senators to 900. He filled the empty seats with his own supporters, soldiers, centurions, sons of freedmen, and even provincials from Spain and Gaul. The shock to the system was profound. The old guard was horrified. These new men wore their togas awkwardly. Some spoke Latin with thick, barbaric accents. The wits of Rome posted graffiti on the walls. "Citizens, please do not show the new senators the way to the Senate House." A popular song joked that the Gauls had taken off their trousers and put on the broad purple stripe of the senator. It was funny, but the message was deadly serious. The Senate was no longer a governing body of peers. It was a rubber stamp, and Caesar held the ink. He moved on to the city itself. Rome was crowded, dangerous, and prone to flooding. Caesar drew up plans that made the old kings look like amateurs. He planned to divert the Tiber River to prevent floods. He planned to drain the Pontine marshes to create more farmland and stop malaria. He planned a massive library to rival Alexandria. He ordered the rebuilding of Carthage and Corinth, two cities Rome had destroyed a century earlier, turning sites of ancient trauma into new colonies for his veterans and the urban poor. He was solving two problems at once: giving land to his soldiers and removing the unemployed mob from Rome. He even tried to legislate morality. He passed sumptuary laws restricting the amount of money rich Romans could spend on luxuries. He cracked down on the use of litters and pearls. He placed guards in the markets to seize illegal luxury foods. It was a bizarre spectacle. The man who had seduced queens and spent millions on his own image, now telling senators they couldn't eat exotic birds at dinner. It was unenforceable, of course. You cannot legislate appetite. But it showed a man who believed he could mold the character of Rome as easily as he molded its borders. He reorganized the debt laws, striking a balance that angered both the creditors, who wanted all their money, and the debtors, who wanted total cancellation. He granted citizenship to doctors and teachers, encouraging intellectuals to come to Rome. He guaranteed rights for the Jewish population, earning a loyalty from that community that would last for generations. The pace was frenetic. He worked late into the night, dictating letters to multiple secretaries at once. He was a man in a hurry, acting as if he knew the clock was ticking. But in this whirlwind of efficiency, something was lost. The Republic was not just a system of government. It was a feeling. It was the messy, inefficient, loud arguments in the forum. It was the sense that no one man was bigger than the law. Caesar was replacing the mess with order, but it was the silence of a classroom when the teacher is watching. The Senate heaped honors upon him, half in sycophancy, half in mockery. They renamed the month of Quintilis to July. They voted him the title Pater Patriae, Father of the Country. They allowed him to wear the triumphal dress, the purple robe and laurel wreath on all public occasions. Caesar, whose hairline was receding, particularly liked the wreath because it hid his bald spot. He began to sit on a golden chair in the Senate House. To the old Republicans, like Cicero and Brutus, this was nausea-inducing. They watched him sitting on his golden throne, issuing decrees that changed the world, and they didn't see a genius. They saw a king. And in Rome, king was a dirty word. It was a word that carried the memory of tyrants overthrown 500 years ago. Caesar was saving Rome, yes, but he was killing the Republic to do it. The paper on his desk was piling up. The laws were being passed. The calendar was fixed. But outside the curia, the knives were being sharpened. The administrator was too busy to look up, and the shadows in the portico were starting to take the shape of men. February in Rome is a month of purification, a time when the city tries to scrub away the sins of the winter and prepare for the renewal of spring. The name of the month itself comes from the februa, the strips of goat skin used in the ancient bizarre rituals of the Lupercalia. It is the year 44 BCE. The air is crisp, the sky a hard cold blue. Rome is calm on the surface, but underneath, the currents of conspiracy are moving fast. Caesar has been back in the city for months now, and every day brings a new honor, a new title, a new reason for the old guard to grind their teeth. He has been named Dictator Perpetuo, Dictator for life. It is a title that breaks the fundamental promise of the Republic, that power is temporary. Now, the only thing separating Caesar from a king is a word. And on the 15th of February, during the wild, sweating chaos of the Lupercalia, that word would be spoken out loud in the forum, not as a whisper, but as a challenge. The Lupercalia was not a dignified ceremony of incense and prayers. It was a primal, roady festival that dated back to the days when Rome was just a collection of shepherds' huts. It began in a cave at the foot of the Palatine Hill, where a goat and a dog were sacrificed. Two young noblemen, anointed with the blood of the sacrifice, and then wiped clean with milk-soaked wool, would strip naked, or perhaps wear a simple loincloth, and run a lap around the Palatine Hill. They carried the februa, the thongs of cut goat hide. As they ran, they would strike anyone they passed. It was considered lucky. For women, a hit from the leather strap was believed to ensure fertility and an easy childbirth. Imagine the scene. The center of the civilized world, the city of marble and law, suddenly turned into a running track for naked aristocrats whipping bystanders. The crowd loved it. It was loud, chaotic, and irreverent. Watching from the rostra, the speaker's platform in the forum, sat Julius Caesar. He was dressed in his triumphal purple, seated on his golden chair, looking for all the world like a statue of a god brought to life to judge the festivities. He was the center of attention, the sun around which the chaos revolved. One of the runners that day was Mark Antony. Antony was the consul of Rome, the highest magistrate in the land, yet here he was, half naked, oiled and sweating, running through the streets like a wild man. This was Antony in his element, physical, uninhibited, and eager to please his master. As he finished his lap, breathless and flushed with adrenaline, he did not stop. He ran straight to the rostra. He climbed up the steps, approaching the golden chair where Caesar sat. The crowd went silent. The laughter of the festival died away. Antony was carrying something. It was a diadem, a laurel wreath wrapped with a white ribbon. To a modern eye, it looks like a simple decoration. To a Roman, the white ribbon meant one thing: monarchy. It was the symbol of the Hellenistic kings, the tyrants of the East. Antony held the crown up. He offered it to Caesar. "The people give this to you through me," he is reported to have said. It was a moment of supreme theater. Was it a test? Was it a setup? Historians have argued about this for 2,000 years. Some believe Antony was drunk and improvising. Others believe Caesar had arranged it, hoping the crowd would cheer and give him permission to accept the title he secretly craved. If it was a test, the results were instant and disappointing. The crowd did not cheer. They groaned. There was a heavy, awkward silence, the sound of thousands of people holding their breath. In Rome, you can be a dictator, a general, a god, but you could not be a king. The hatred of the title Rex was burned into their DNA, a scar left by the expulsion of the Tarquins 5 centuries earlier. Caesar, whose political instincts were usually flawless, heard the silence. He saw the trap closing. He pushed the diadem away. "I am not king," he said loudly, his voice carrying over the forum. "I am Caesar." The crowd erupted in applause. They cheered the refusal. But Antony, perhaps misreading the room or simply stubborn, tried again. He stepped closer, offering the crown a second time, pleading with him to accept it. Again the crowd fell silent. Again Caesar refused, this time with more force. He ordered the diadem to be taken to the temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill. Jupiter alone is king of the Romans, he declared. It was the right line, the perfect soundbite. The crisis was averted, but the damage was done. To the conspirators watching from the shadows, men like Cassius Longinus and Marcus Brutus, the performance at the Lupercalia was not a reassurance. It was a confirmation of their worst fears. They didn't see a man refusing a crown. They saw a man who wanted it so badly, he had to stage a play to test the waters. They saw the way he hesitated. They saw the golden chair. They realized that Caesar might not accept the title today, but he would accept it tomorrow, or next month, or next year. His power was already absolute. The title was just the final nail in the coffin of the Republic. The tension in the city ratcheted up. A few days later, someone placed a diadem on the head of one of Caesar's statues. Two tribunes of the plebs, Flavus and Marullus, the officials charged with protecting the rights of the people, saw it. They were furious. They ordered the diadem torn down and arrested the man who had placed it there. They claimed they were defending Caesar's own refusal, protecting him from the slander of kingship. Caesar did not see it that way. When he heard what the tribunes had done, he exploded. He accused them of trying to rob him of the glory of refusing the crown. He accused them of inciting the people against him. In a move that shocked the legal scholars of Rome, he used his dictatorial powers to strip the tribunes of their office and expel them from the Senate. This was a mistake, a massive, glaring, unforced error. The tribunes were sacrosanct, their bodies were holy, their office inviolable. By firing them for protecting the Republic from symbols of monarchy, Caesar proved he was a tyrant more effectively than any crown could have. It showed a man who had lost his patience with the law. He was no longer the charming populist who bought the mob lunch. He was the grumpy autocrat who fired anyone who disagreed with him. The whispers in the porticos grew louder. He is a tyrant, they hissed. He destroys the tribunes. He wears the purple. He wants to be a god. And indeed, the Senate had recently voted to deify him, to create a priesthood for him, with Antony as his first priest. A living god. It was un-Roman. It was Eastern. It was decadent. Brutus, the Stoic intellectual who had been pardoned by Caesar after Pharsalus, began to find graffiti on his own magistrate's chair. "Brutus, are you asleep?" Someone had scrawled. "You are not truly Brutus." It was a call to his ancestor, Lucius Junius Brutus, the man who had driven the last king out of Rome 500 years ago. The pressure on Brutus was immense. He loved Caesar as a friend. Some rumors even whispered he was Caesar's illegitimate son. But he loved the Republic more. He was torn between gratitude and duty, between the man who had saved his life and the history that defined his name. The Lupercalia had cleared the air, but not in the way the festival intended. It hadn't purified the city. It had clarified the conflict. There was no middle ground anymore. Caesar was moving toward a permanent monarchy, masked only by thin theatrical refusals. The opposition had no legal way to stop him. The elections were rigged, the Senate was packed, the courts were his. There was only one vote left that mattered, and it would not be cast with a ballot pebble. As February bled into March, the weather turned stormy. The Ides were approaching. Caesar was preparing to leave the city. He planned a massive new campaign against the Parthian Empire to avenge Crassus. He was leaving on March 18th. The conspirators looked at the calendar. They looked at the departure date. They realized their window was closing. If Caesar left for Parthia, he would return with even more glory, even more gold, and perhaps a real crown won in the East. They had to act before he left. They had to act while he was still just a man, before he fully became a god. The stage was set. The runners of the Lupercalia had gone home to wash off the oil, but the race for the soul of Rome was entering its final bloody lap. The conspiracy did not begin with a shout. It began with a whisper in the dark. In the weeks following the Lupercalia, the nights in Rome seemed to grow longer. The city was restless, a hive of rumors and unease. But in the private libraries and garden colonnades of the aristocracy, the unease was hardening into a plan. It is one of history's great marvels that a plot involving more than 60 men, senators, soldiers, and magistrates, could remain a secret in a city as porous as Rome. These were not professional assassins. They were politicians, men who lived their lives in the public eye, yet they managed to weave a web of silence that trapped the most powerful man on earth. At the center of the web stood two men, a study in contrasts. Gaius Cassius Longinus was the spark. He was a man of sharp angles and sharper resentments, the one whom Shakespeare would later immortalize with a lean and hungry look. Cassius had fought against Caesar at Pharsalus, had been pardoned, and had even been promoted. Yet he burned with an intense, personal hatred for the dictator. He saw Caesar not as a god, but as a tyrant who had stolen the dignity of the Roman elite. But Cassius knew he could not lead the coup alone. He was too unpopular, too obviously motivated by envy. He needed a figurehead, a name that screamed liberty. He needed Brutus, Marcus Junius. Brutus was the soul of the conspiracy. He was the nephew of Cato, the son of Caesar's mistress, and the descendant of the man who had expelled the kings. He was a serious, studious man, a philosopher who took his ethics very seriously. He liked Caesar. He respected him. But he worshipped the Republic. Cassius played on this conflict like a master musician. He planted the graffiti on Brutus's chair. He whispered about the king in the Senate. He forced Brutus to look in the mirror and ask, "Who am I? The friend of a tyrant or the savior of Rome?" One of the most poignant moments of this period involves Brutus's wife, Portia. She was the daughter of Cato, a woman of iron will. Seeing her husband distracted, tossing in his sleep, and receiving mysterious visitors at all hours, she suspected a plot. She didn't ask him. She proved herself. According to Plutarch, she took a small knife, a barber's blade, and drove it deep into her own thigh. She hid the wound, suffering the pain and the fever in silence for days. Only then did she reveal the gash to Brutus. "If I can bear this pain without crying out," she told him, "I can keep your secrets." Brutus, humbled and amazed by her fortitude, lifted his hands to the gods and prayed to be worthy of such a wife. He told her everything. It is a story that blends myth and reality, but it underscores the sheer fanatical intensity of the Roman aristocracy. They were willing to bleed for their principles. The conspirators met in small groups to avoid suspicion, often at the house of Cassius or Brutus. They debated the details with the cold precision of a committee meeting. Where should they strike? Some suggested ambushing Caesar on the Via Sacra as he walked home. Others suggested pushing him off a bridge during the upcoming elections. But they rejected these ideas. They did not want a mugging. They wanted a sacrifice. They wanted to kill him in the open, in the Senate, in front of the gods and the people. "This is not a murder," Brutus insisted. "This is a tyrannicide. It must be done in the full light of day." Then came the question of Mark Antony. Cassius, pragmatic and ruthless, argued that Antony must die too. "He is Caesar's right hand," Cassius warned. "If the head is cut off, the arm will still strike." He was right. Antony was dangerous, popular with the troops, and fiercely loyal. Killing him would secure the coup. But Brutus refused. He was trapped by his own high-minded morality. "We are purging the state of a tyrant," he argued, "not butchering our political opponents. Our hands must be clean." He vetoed the killing of Antony. It was a decision made from the highest ethical ground, and it was a fatal strategic error. By sparing Antony, Brutus signed his own death warrant. They also made a calculated decision to exclude Cicero. The great orator was the most famous defender of the Republic, and he hated Caesar's dictatorship. But he was also old, anxious, and famously unable to keep his mouth shut. "He will tell the plan to his barber," one conspirator likely joked. So the greatest voice of liberty was left sleeping in his bed, unaware that his friends were planning to save the world without him. But the most surprising member of the conspiracy was not Brutus or Cassius. It was Decimus Brutus. Not to be confused with Marcus, Decimus was one of Caesar's oldest and closest friends. He had fought with Caesar in Gaul, commanded his fleet against the Veneti, and served him in the Civil War. Caesar loved him like a son. He had even named Decimus as a secondary heir in his will. Yet Decimus turned. Why? Perhaps he was jealous of Antony's rise. Perhaps he felt the Republic was truly dying. Or perhaps he simply realized that in a monarchy, even the favorite courtier is still just a servant. Decimus was the key. He had access to Caesar that no one else had. He was the mole in the inner circle. The date was set. The Ides of March, the 15th. It was the deadline. Caesar was scheduled to leave Rome on March 18th for his great campaign against Parthia. Once he left the city and rejoined his legions, he would be untouchable. He would be surrounded by 40,000 men who worshipped him. It had to be the Ides. The location was ironic. The Senate was meeting in the theater of Pompey. The regular Senate house, the Curia, was being rebuilt, so the meeting was moved to the massive stone complex built by Caesar's dead rival. Caesar would die at the foot of Pompey's statue. The gods, it seemed, had a sense of humor. As the day approached, the atmosphere in Rome grew heavy. The weather turned stormy. The sky was bruised with dark clouds. Rumors of omens swept the streets. Men on fire fighting in the sky. Birds of prey tearing each other apart in the forum. A soothsayer named Spurina reportedly warned Caesar during a sacrifice, "Beware the Ides of March." Caesar laughed. He was the Pontifex Maximus. He controlled the religion didn't control him. He dismissed the warning as the rambling of a superstitious old man. On the evening of March 14th, Caesar attended a dinner party at the house of Marcus Lepidus. Decimus Brutus was there. So was Cassius. They drank wine and made small talk with the man they intended to butcher the next morning. The conversation turned, as it often does with soldiers, to death. "What is the best kind of death?" someone asked. Caesar, who had been signing letters, looked up. He didn't hesitate. "A sudden one," he said. "Unexpected." The conspirators must have frozen in their chairs. Did he know? Was he mocking them? Or was it just the weariness of a man who had lived too long in the saddle? Caesar finished his wine. He went home to his wife, Calpurnia. The city slept, but the knives were being sharpened. The 60 men checked their togas, ensuring the folds were deep enough to hide a dagger. The plan was locked. The players were ready. The last night of the Roman Republic had begun. The morning of the Ides of March did not break. It shattered. The night had been a violent one, with a storm that rattled the roof tiles of the Domus Publica, the official residence of the Pontifex Maximus, where Caesar lived. The wind howled through the forum, whipping the rain against the marble columns, while thunder rolled like artillery across the 7 hills. Inside the house, the atmosphere was heavy with dread. Caesar had slept poorly. He was plagued by dizziness, perhaps a vertigo attack related to his falling sickness, or simply the exhaustion of a man who carried the world on his back. But it was his wife, Calpurnia, who woke up screaming. Calpurnia was not a hysterical woman. She was a Roman matron, the daughter of a powerful senator, accustomed to the brutal realities of politics. But that night, she dreamed she was holding her husband's body, weeping as the gable of their house. The ornamental pediment the Senate had voted him as an honor collapsed and crushed him. In another version of the story, she dreamed simply that he was stabbed in her arms. Whatever the image, the terror was real. She woke up shaking, clinging to him. When the gray, wet light of dawn finally filtered into the room, she did something she rarely did. She begged. She pleaded with him not to go to the Senate that day. "If you have no regard for my dreams," she cried, "at least respect the omens." Caesar, usually the skeptic who laughed at superstition, hesitated. He felt weak. The storm, the dream, the sheer weight of his wife's fear, it all pressed down on him. He called for the haruspices, the diviners who read the entrails of sacrificed animals. They performed the rites in the courtyard, sheltering the sacred fire from the drizzle. The report came back grim. The beast had no heart, or rather, the heart was missing or malformed. It was a catastrophic sign. To a Roman, a heartless beast meant a leaderless state. Caesar made his decision. He would stay home. He ordered Mark Antony to dismiss the Senate. He would claim illness. He would live to fight another day. It is one of history's most agonizing what-if moments. If Caesar had stayed home, the conspiracy likely would have collapsed. The 60 men waiting with daggers under their togas would have panicked, fearing discovery. They might have fled or turned on each other. The Ides would have been just another rainy Tuesday. But then, Decimus Brutus arrived. Decimus, the trusted friend, the dinner companion from the night before, had been sent by the conspirators to fetch the victim. He found Caesar in his chambers, sitting in his dressing gown, looking pale and resolved to stay. Decimus knew exactly which buttons to push. He didn't use force, he used mockery. He listened to the story of Calpurnia's dream and the bad omens, and he smiled a gentle, condescending smile. "What will the Senate say?" he asked softly. "They are waiting to vote you the title of king for the provinces. Are you going to tell them to go home and come back when your wife has better dreams?" It was a masterstroke of manipulation. He attacked Caesar's pride. He painted him not as a prudent leader, but as a henpecked husband ruled by a woman's night terrors. "They will whisper," Decimus warned. "They will say Caesar is afraid." That was the one thing Caesar could not bear. He was the man who had charged the British serf, who had crossed the Rubicon. He could not be seen cowering in his bedroom because of a nightmare. He stood up. He put on his toga. He thanked Decimus for his good advice. He walked out the door. The procession left the house in the late morning. The sun was struggling to break through the clouds, but the air was still thick and humid. Caesar was carried in a litter, surrounded by lictors, clearing the way with their fauches. The crowds were thick, pressing in on all sides, shouting petitions, waving hands, trying to touch the hem of his robe. It was a chaotic, noisy tunnel of humanity. In the crush, a man pushed forward. His name was Artemidorus of Cnidus, a teacher of Greek philosophy who knew some of the conspirators. He had discovered the plot. He held a scroll in his hand, not a petition for land or money, but a detailed list of the assassins and their plan. He shoved his way to the side of the litter. "Read this, Caesar," he urged, his voice desperate over the roar of the mob. "Read it alone, and quickly. It concerns weighty matters of great importance to you." Caesar took the scroll. He tried to read it, but just as he unrolled the parchment, someone else shouted his name. Someone else grabbed his hand. The litter lurched forward. He passed the scroll to his left hand, intending to read it later. He held his own salvation in his fingers for the entire walk. But the busyness of being Caesar, the endless demands of the people, kept him from opening it. As the litter approached the theater of Pompey, the crowd parted slightly. Standing by a statue, perhaps seeking shelter from the wind, was a familiar figure. Spurina, the soothsayer who had warned him a month ago. Caesar saw him and ordered the litter to stop. He leaned out, a smirk on his face, his confidence restored by the fresh air and the adulation of the crowd. "The Ides of March have come," Caesar said, teasing the old prophet. "See, I am still here. Your omens were wrong." Spurina looked at him with sad, heavy eyes. He did not smile. "Yes, Caesar," he replied softly. "They have come, but they have not yet gone." The chill of those words likely didn't last long. The litter moved on. They reached the steps of the portico of Pompey. The Senate was waiting. As Caesar stepped out of the litter, the conspirators sprang their final trap on the only man who could have saved him. Trebonius, one of the plotters, approached Mark Antony at the door. Antony, big, strong, and loyal, was the bodyguard they feared. Trebonius engaged him in conversation, drawing him aside, perhaps asking him about some military matter, or flattering him with a question. Antony, distracted, stayed outside the doors. Caesar walked in alone. The senators rose to their feet. It was a sign of respect, but today, it was also a tactical maneuver. They were closing the circle. Caesar walked to his golden chair at the front of the room, beneath the statue of his old friend and enemy, Pompey. He sat down. The noise of the city outside was muffled by the thick stone walls. Here, it was quiet. The air smelled of incense and damp wool. A group of senators gathered around him, pressing close, acting as if they had urgent petitions. Tullius Cimber took the lead. He grabbed Caesar's toga, pulling it down from his shoulder, seemingly begging for the recall of his exiled brother. It was too aggressive. Caesar recoiled, annoyed. "This is violence," he snapped, trying to push the man away. It was the signal. From behind, Publius Servilius Casca struck the first blow. He was nervous. His dagger slipped, grazing Caesar's neck instead of plunging into his heart. Caesar, shocked and surging with adrenaline, grabbed Casca's arm. He stabbed his own stylus, his writing pen, into Casca's arm, roaring, "Vile Casca, what are you doing?" For a heartbeat, the room was frozen. Then, the dam broke. The other conspirators drew their blades. They swarmed him. There was no strategy now, only a frenzy of steel. They were hacking at him, cutting each other in their haste to whet their knives. Caesar fought back. He was an old man, unarmed, surrounded by wolves, but he was a soldier. He twisted, he shouted, he tried to shield himself. Then he saw Brutus, Marcus Brutus, the son of his mistress, the man he had pardoned, the man he loved. Brutus stepped forward, his dagger drawn. He struck Caesar in the groin. The physical pain was overwhelmed by the metaphysical shock. The fight went out of Caesar. He realized he was not fighting enemies. He was fighting his own family, his own city. He did not say, "Et tu, brute." That is Shakespeare's poetry. The ancient historian Suetonius claims he said nothing, but others say he whispered in Greek, "Kai su teknon." "You too, child?" He stopped struggling. He pulled his toga over his head. It was the final act of a Roman aristocrat, to die with dignity, to hide his face from the indignity of the slaughter. He fell. He crashed to the floor at the foot of Pompey's statue. The marble was stained red. The dictator was dead. The silence that followed was not the peace of liberation. It was the vacuum of the abyss. The Ides had gone, but the darkness had just begun. The assassination of Caesar was messy, brutal, and intimate. It was not a sterile political removal. It was a gang murder in a closed room. When Caesar fell, wrapping his toga around his head to preserve a final shred of dignity, the silence that followed must have been deafening. The conspirators stood there, chests heaving, togas splashed with the dictator's blood. They held their daggers up, expecting applause. Brutus stepped forward to the center of the room. He raised his bloody hand and shouted one name, "Cicero!" He was calling out to the old orator, the symbol of the Republic, signaling that liberty had been restored. He prepared to make a speech, but there was no audience. The rest of the Senate, the hundreds of men who were not in on the plot, did not cheer. They did not vote. They panicked. In a wave of terror, they scrambled for the doors, tripping over their own robes, desperate to escape the slaughterhouse. They burst out into the portico and the streets, screaming that Caesar was dead. The panic spread like a contagion. Shopkeepers slammed their shutters. People fled to their homes and barred the doors. Rome became a city of locked gates and terrified silence. The conspirators, confused by the lack of jubilation, marched out of the theater. They wrapped their togas around their left arms as makeshift shields and walked through the streets with their bloody daggers still in plain sight. They chanted liberty and peace, but the streets were empty. They retreated to the Capitoline Hill, barricading themselves in the Temple of Jupiter. They were the liberators of Rome, but they were hiding like fugitives. Down in the theater of Pompey, the body of the most powerful man in the world lay alone on the cold stone. For hours, no one dared to touch him. The flies began to gather. Finally, 3 of Caesar's slaves, trembling and weeping, crept into the hall. They lifted the corpse. It was awkward work. Caesar was a heavy man, and there were only 3 of them. One arm hung down, swinging limply as they carried him through the darkening streets. They brought him home to the Domus Publica, to Calpurnia. The scream she let out when she saw the mangled body of her husband, stabbed 23 times, though the physician later said only the second blow to the chest was fatal, must have shattered the last hope of peace. The next few days were a blur of negotiation and dread. The conspirators were on the Capitol. Antony and Lepidus, Sulla's master of horse, who had a legion in the city, were in the forum. It was a standoff. Antony, initially terrified that he was next on the list, realized quickly that the conspirators had no plan. They had killed the tyrant, but they had forgotten to kill the tyranny. They had no army, no government, no strategy for what came next. Antony seized the initiative. He seized Caesar's papers and his money from the widow Calpurnia. He convened the Senate. In a masterstroke of political compromise, Antony proposed an amnesty. The conspirators would not be punished. In fact, Brutus and Cassius would keep their provincial governorships. In exchange, Caesar's acts would be ratified, and his will would be read. The Senate, desperate for peace, agreed. It seemed like the crisis was over. The Republic was back, but Caesar's laws remained. Then came the funeral. It was held on March 20th in the Forum. Antony, as the surviving consul and Caesar's cousin, delivered the eulogy. Shakespeare gives us the poetry, friends, Romans, countrymen. But history gives us the prop. Antony did not just speak, he acted. He ordered a wax effigy of Caesar to be raised on a mechanical pivot. The effigy showed the wounds, all 23 of them, painted in garish red. As Antony spoke, listing Caesar's gifts to the people, his gardens, his money, he rotated the statue so the crowd could see the brutality of the murder. He held up the blood-stained toga, the very one Caesar had worn. The mood of the crowd shifted from sorrow to rage. They were not looking at the death of a tyrant. They were looking at the murder of their father. They began to shout. They tore apart the benches of the judges and the stalls of the market to build a spontaneous funeral pyre right there in the Forum. They threw their own jewelry, their clothes, and their children's toys into the flames. The fire roared high, consuming the body of the dictator. Then the mob turned. They grabbed torches from the pyre and ran through the streets, hunting the conspirators. They attacked the houses of Brutus and Cassius. They murdered a poet named Cinna, tearing him limb from limb simply because he had the same name as one of the assassins, despite his screaming protests that he was Cinna the poet, not Cinna the conspirator. It was the beginning of the chaos. The liberators realized that Rome was not safe. They fled the city, heading east to raise armies. The amnesty was dead. The war had begun. In the aftermath, a strange young man arrived in Rome, Octavian. He was 18 years old, sickly, and unknown. He was Caesar's grandnephew, currently studying in Greece. But when Caesar's will was read, it contained a bombshell. Caesar had adopted Octavian as his son and left him 3/4 of his estate. The boy arrived in a city dominated by Antony, the giant soldier, and the conspirators. Everyone underestimated him. Antony called him boy. Cicero praised him, thinking he could use him against Antony. The young man should be praised, decorated, and discarded, Cicero quipped. He would regret that joke. Octavian was not a prop. He was Caesar's cold, calculating vengeance, reborn in a frail body. He took the name Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus. He demanded his inheritance. He began to raise an army of Caesar's veterans, who looked at the boy and saw the eyes of their old commander. The stage was set for the final act. The Republic, which Brutus had tried to save with a knife, was dead. It had died the moment the daggers were drawn. Now the vultures were circling the carcass. Antony, Octavian, and Lepidus would form a second triumvirate, this time a legal dictatorship to hunt down the assassins. They would unleash a purge that made Sulla's prescriptions look mild. Cicero, the voice of liberty, would be hunted down and beheaded, his hands nailed to the rostra where he had once spoken. Brutus and Cassius would die by their own swords at Philippi, ghosts chasing a dream that had already vanished. But before the darkness fully descended, there was one last moment of magic. In July of 44th BCE, 4 months after the assassination, Octavian held games in honor of Caesar. During the festival, a comet appeared in the sky. It was a daylight star, shining bright for 7 days. The people, desperate for meaning, looked up and gasped. They did not see a ball of ice and gas. They saw a soul. The Sidus Julium, they whispered, the Julian star. It was Caesar, ascending to the heavens to take his place among the gods. The Senate formally voted him the title Divus Julius, the divine Julius. He was the first Roman to become a god. The man was gone. The myth was immortal. The conspirators had killed a dictator, but they had created a deity. And as the smoke of the funeral pyre faded and the comet rose, the Roman people understood that the world had changed forever. The age of the Republic, of chaotic freedom and shouting in the forum, was over. The age of emperors, of marble silence and divine order, had begun. The comet appeared in the sky during the Games of Venus in July of 44th BCE. It was not a subtle streak of light, but a blazing torch that hung in the heavens for 7 days, visible even in the glare of the noon sun. To the Romans, who looked for signs in the flight of birds and the entrails of oxen, a star appearing in the daylight was a message that could not be ignored. The common people, still grieving the man who had fed them and forgiven their debts, pointed to the sky and whispered. It was the Sidus Julium, the Julian star. It was the soul of Julius Caesar, they said, ascending to take his seat among the gods, looking down on the city he had conquered, loved, and broken. For the young Octavian, who was hosting the games, the comet was a gift from the heavens. He affixed a star to the forehead of every statue of Caesar in the city. The message was clear: Caesar was divus. And if Caesar was a god, then Octavian was the son of God. The political genius of the uncle had passed to the nephew. But where Caesar had wielded power with a wink and a smile, Octavian wielded it with the cold, unblinking stare of a statue. The death of the Republic did not happen in a single moment. It was a slow, agonizing fade, like the twilight of a long summer day. The liberators, Brutus and Cassius, found that they had killed the man, but not the idea. They fled to the east, raising armies in the name of a freedom that few Romans actually wanted anymore. They were chasing a ghost, and the ghost, legend says, chased them back. The story goes that one night in his tent, as the candle burned low, Brutus looked up from his book to see a towering, shadowy figure standing by the flap. "Who are you?" Brutus asked, his voice trembling. "Your evil genius," the spirit replied. "I will see you at Philippi." Historians debate whether this was a hallucination born of guilt and exhaustion or a literary invention. But the metaphor holds a terrible truth. Caesar was more dangerous dead than he had ever been alive. His memory was a banner that united his veterans. His name was a spell that summoned legions. The end came on the dusty plains of Philippi in 42 BCE. The forces of the liberators met the forces of the Second Triumvirate, Antony and Octavian. It was 2 battles, separated by weeks of despair. In the end, Cassius, believing all was lost, killed himself with the very dagger he had used against Caesar. Brutus, defeated and surrounded, followed him into the dark shortly after. "Virtue," Brutus is said to have whispered before the end, "you are but a name. I have worshipped you as a reality, but you were only the slave of fortune. With those words, the old Roman morality, the rigid stoicism of Cato and the ancestors died. The Republic was buried in the mud of Macedonia. The liberators were gone. The world belonged to the Caesarians, but the world was too small for two Caesars. The alliance between Antony and Octavian was a marriage of convenience that soured into a feud. Antony went east, falling into the arms of Cleopatra, losing himself in the luxury and mysticism of Egypt, seeking the same divine sanction that Caesar had flirted with. Octavian stayed in Rome, turning the city against the foreign queen and her bewitched lover. The final clash at Actium in 31 BCE was less a battle than an execution. Antony and Cleopatra, defeated, chose suicide, leaving the stage to the last man standing. Octavian returned to Rome as the undisputed master of the known world, but he had learned the lesson of the Ides of March. He did not call himself king. He did not call himself dictator. He called himself princeps, first citizen. He claimed he had restored the Republic. He kept the Senate. He kept the elections. He kept the consuls. It was a brilliant, elaborate fiction. The machinery of the Republic continued to hum, but the gears were turned by a single hand. Rome had traded its chaotic, violent liberty for order. It had chosen the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. The marble temples rose, the grain ships sailed on time, and the borders were secure. But the shouting in the forum was quieter. The fierce, messy debates were gone. The citizens became subjects, comfortable and safe, watching the stars and forgetting that they used to be the masters of their own fate. Julius Caesar, the man who started it all, was eventually voted into the pantheon of state gods. A temple was built on the spot where his body was burned. You can still visit it today in the Roman Forum. It is a humble ruin, barely a mound of earth and stone, but there are always fresh flowers there. Even now, 2,000 years later, people leave roses and coins for the dictator. He is the only Roman figure who is still actively mourned by the public. It is a testament to the strange, magnetic power of his personality. He was a tyrant who destroyed a democracy, yet he is remembered as a hero. He was a butcher of Gauls, yet he is remembered as a man of mercy. He was a sophisticated writer who turned his own life into a myth so potent that we are still telling it tonight. His legacy is written into the very fabric of our reality. Every time you check the date, you are living in his time. The month of July is his monument. Every time you hear the word Kaiser or Tsar, you are hearing an echo of his name. Every time you look at a map of Europe, at the cities of Paris, London, and Cologne, you are looking at the footprint of his legions. He was the hinge upon which history turned. Before him, Rome was a city-state, struggling with its own weight. After him, it was an empire that would shape the human imagination for millennia. But strip away the marble, the myths, and the comet. Look at the man one last time. Imagine him not as a god, but as a human being. A man who suffered from migraines and seizures. A man who was vain about his bald spot. A man who loved his daughter, grieved for his friends, and worked himself to death because he could not sit still. He was a man who saw the world not as it was, but as it could be, and had the terrifying will to break it apart and put it back together in his own image. He walked into the dark so that Rome could walk into the golden age, even if the price was its soul. The fire of the funeral pyre has long since turned to cold ash. The comet has drifted back into the deep dark of space. The shouts of the legions have faded into the wind. The Roman Empire itself has crumbled into dust and ruins, its white columns broken and overgrown with wildflowers. The great game of power, of ambition and betrayal, continues in new cities with new names, but the players are always reading from his script. Yet, here, in the quiet of the night, none of that matters. The history books are closed, the maps are rolled up, the noise of the triumph has stopped. There is only the silence of the past, deep and restful. The ghosts have gone to sleep. And so, finally, can you? Now, let the heavy red curtains of history draw gently to a close. The stage is dark. The actors have all gone home. The marble city of Rome, with its noisy crowds and sun-baked stones, fades into a soft, grey mist. Let the years drift away like leaves on a slow-moving river. The shouting of the centurions is gone. The clash of steel is gone. There is only the quiet, steady rhythm of your own breathing. You have walked a long road tonight. You have crossed the Alps, sailed the Nile, and stood on the cliffs of Britain. You have seen the rise and fall of giants. But now the journey is over. The past is a safe place. It cannot touch you here. It is a story, a lullaby of time, finished and complete. Let your mind release the dates, the names, the maps. Let them dissolve into the soft, velvet darkness behind your eyes. Feel the comfort of the present moment, the stillness of the room, the softness of the pillow. You are safe. You are warm. The world is turning slowly, guarding your rest. History never sleeps, but you can. Let go. Drift down into the deep, welcoming silence. Sweet dreams.